That being said, my name is Christopher Lawrence. I'm the designated federal officer for the Electricity Advisory Committee of the Department of Energy. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Before we move along, I just want to do a quick roll call of all of our EAC members, and I will do it in alphabetical order. Sharon Allen.
I'm here.
Hi, Sharon. Good morning. Chris Ayers.
I'm here.
Good afternoon, I should say. Lauren Azar.
Morning, Chris.
Morning, Lauren. Thank you. Andrew Barbeau. Tom Bialik. Okay, not yet. Daniel Brooks. Bob Cummings. Oh, sorry, Jennifer Chen. Oh, I heard you, Bob. Jennifer Chen.
I am here. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
sorry, Jennifer. Hi. Kimberly Denbo. Drew Fellon. Sari Fink.
Present.
Thank you. Flora Flicht.
I'm here.
Hi, Flora. Thank you. Lisa Francis.
I'm here.
Thanks, Lisa. You get bonus points for joining the call at 11. Sherry Givens. Brian Harrell. Dave Herlong. Bill Herman. Drop. Mike Hayek.
Glad to be here.
Thanks, Mike. Mario Hurtado.
Yes, I'm present.
Hey, Mario. Thank you. Lola Infante. Lynn Kiesling. Clay Copeland. See you, Clay.
Here.
Rob Lee. Brian Lipscomb.
I'm here.
Nicole Lowen.
I'm here.
Hey, Nicole, aloha.
Aloha.
Monica Martinez.
Happy Thursday, Chris.
Happy Thursday to you. We made it. We did it. Jessica Matthews, I believe, is not going to be able to participate today. Samar Moore. Jay Morrison.
Hey, Chris. Tom Bialik. I just joined.
Oh, hey, Tom. Thank you. Rick Mrose.
Here.
Hey. Thanks, Rick. Don Parsons.
I'm here.
Hey, thanks, Don. Delia Patterson.
Delia's here.
Hey, Delia. Thank you. Darlene Phillips.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you, Darlene?
Good, thank you.
You. Wanda Reeder is here.
I'm here.
Hey, thank you. Paul Stockton.
Right here, Chris.
Thanks, Paul. Ramya Swaminathan.
I'm here, Chris.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Ramya. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Tom Weaver.
Tom's here.
Hey, Tom. Okay. Did I miss anybody? Okay. All right. I will take note if anyone else joins. So again, thank you very much for joining the call. Again, just a quick housekeeping note, and then I'll turn it over to Wanda. We are going to have a public comment period later this afternoon. If you want to sign up, I will put my email address in the chat here. You have to register to give public comment beforehand. We will do that later on according to the agenda. And Also, if you are not an EAC member or a DOE, certain DOE employees, please do not ask questions during the meeting today or raise comment that's why we have the public comment period. Other than that, I will turn it over to Wanda. Thank you.
All right, Chris, thank you. Welcome to day 2 of the October EAC meeting. I was really impressed and happy with the dialogue yesterday. I thought it was great. So thanks to all of the participants, moderators, and the EAC members for the wonderful dialogue. Sure, lots will come out of it. Looking forward now to today, we have Joe Palladino will be leading us off with a discussion on the section 8008 voluntary model pathways development. And we'll come back to that. And then following him, we'll have some discussion led by Paul DiMartini on T&D coordination. And then we'll have a panel following up on FERC Order 2222. We had a panel on that in February earlier this year. Then we had a paper that was delivered before June and voted and approved upon. That went forward to DOE with recommendations. This panel is a follow-on to that that's focused on the coordination between T&D. We'll take a break, and I promise we will break today more than yesterday. And then this afternoon, we will have subcommittee report outs, which is intended to do twofold. One is to do some reflection on the past, but also, engage for future work going forward. And then we'll have public comments before we close. One of the things that I skipped yesterday, just because of our time constraints, was a bit of a recap on, what we've gotten accomplished over the year. I know that was on the agenda, and I just felt like, given what we had to go through, I would pick it up today. Well, our work takes multiple forms, and I'm really saying that for the new members because the existing ones have lived it. But, we end up commenting on, work that's in flight if DOE wants us to, if there's programs that are getting reviewed. Sometimes we'll, actually participate in the review process. One of our more formal ways to provide recommendations is to actually have work product that either a subcommittee does or, a smaller group within the subcommittee focused on a particular topic. And then the subcommittee will, have dialogue and vote on it. Eventually it will find its way to the full EAC for dialogue and ultimately approval. And at that point, it is formal recommendations that goes to DOE. And we will get comments back from them on to the extent they are taking action or just how DOE weighs our recommendations. So that's in addition to these meetings and panels and the dialogue that we have are all venues for the EAC to provide feedback into the Department of Energy. I'm sure Chris will have a more formal orientation for the members that are just coming in, but I thought, since you have been so flexible and nimble and found your way to the table within a week or two of being, aware of your membership, I thought I'd give you that as a bit of a backdrop. And if we look back the last calendar year, the types of specific things that we did, I may not get them all, but we have a smart grid systems report that Joe Palladino often leads. We provided some additional review of that. Darlene led a state federal coordination paper that we worked on and approved. There's a congressional requirement that we have to provide a storage report every 5 years. So that was put forth and approved by committee. I mentioned the FERC Order 2222 paper that was put forth middle of the year. We did some resiliency work on critical defense infrastructure, some metrics review around resiliency, had some additional panel work. One was on solar winds, for example, which was referenced yesterday as a highly impactful. Got some review. So those are the types of things that we have been engaged in. Right now, there's, Black Start was brought forward yesterday. There's been some discussion on EV integration. So, the subcommittee leads will all be talking more about the specific work that's going on within their committees later on today. And they do have regular meetings. So for the new members, as Chris mentioned yesterday, he will send out a doodle poll and ask you which committees you want to be engaged in. And then from there, we'll send out invites and make sure that you get involved in the regular committee discussions that are precursors to these meetings that we have as the full body of the EAC, which occurs 3 times a year. So anyway, I greatly appreciate the participation of all of you that are returning. I appreciate the participation and contributions of those that have recently completed their terms and are no longer with us. And I am excited to work with those of you that are new and are just joining the Electricity Advisory Committee. So are there any questions on that before we roll into our official agenda, or comments? Crickets. All right. Well, I just want to make sure that you had the opportunity to ask if you have any. Joe, are you ready?
Wanda, I am.
All right.
Hopefully.
Hopefully ready. Hopefully
Yes.
ready. All right. Well, Joe Palladino is with us to provide an update and discussion on Section 8008 Voluntary Model Pathways Development. He's been working with the EAC to get feedback and ideas for, kind of how to frame that piece of work. Joe is the program manager for the Advanced Grid Research and Development Division within the Office of Electricity at DOE, and is frequently with us during subcommittee meetings. So I'm sure you'll get to know Joe if you don't know him already. But Joe, I think as part of your presentation, you have a bit of backdrop on the, just the context of 8008, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll let you go ahead and describe that.
Okay, great. Now, yeah, what I really want to do here, Wanda, is I'm working with a team of folks from the EAC and others. And what I'd really like to do is just provide some background information, level set a little bit, and really let the folks that are serving on this little EAC steering group to express their thoughts and issues, and then open up the discussion to the rest of the EAC members. Can you see my screen right now?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, great. And I'm going to put it on the slideshow so it can open up a little bit more, but let me see if I can do this. Where is slide?
Joe,
Here it
bring
is.
your cursor down. Okay, there you go. Perfect.
Thanks a lot, Chris. I appreciate that. So let me just, especially for the new folks that have joined the EAC, I want to be able to explain a little bit about what we're looking at here and what we need to address. Section 8008 of the Energy Act of 2020 asked the Department of Energy, in consultation with a steering committee, which we have organized, and it's composed of some folks from the EAC, a representative from FERC, and 3 folks from the national labs, to initiate the development of model pathways for modernizing the electric grid through a collaborative public-private effort. It's a tall order, and it's asking that in this effort we produce illustrative policy pathways encompassing a diverse range of technologies that can be adapted for state and regional applications by regulators and policymakers, and that these pathways facilitate the modernization of the electric grid and associated communications networks to achieve things like near-time situational awareness, advanced monitoring and control, and data visualization, enhanced certainty of policies for investment in the electric grid, increased innovation, greater consumer empowerment, enhanced reliability and resilience, improved integration of DER, interoperability, predictive modeling, forecasting, a host of things, diversification of generation resources, and reduced cost of service to consumers. And that these pathways ensure a reliable, resilient, affordable, safe, and secure electric grid, and very importantly, acknowledges and accounts for different priorities, electric systems, and rate structures across states and regions. And it includes that DOE provide technical assistance. So this is a pretty big, tall order. And I think that this is really getting at what we're really trying to address as we move forward. So what we've done is we've formed a steering committee, and the steering committee members consist of Bob Cummings, Tom Bialik, Flora Flitt, Darlene Phillips, Drew Fellon, Tom Weaver from the EAC, David Cathan from FERC, Bobby Jeffers, Jessica Lau, and Peter Larson from the National Energy, the National Labs of DOE. It includes myself, Joe Palladino, Matt Aronoff, and Chris as DOE facilitators in the process, and we have ICF supporting us as well. And the role of this steering committee is to develop recommended guidance to DOE on how to undertake this effort that we've been asked for through this Section 8008. And in that guidance, be able to lay out what the key considerations are and approaches for addressing issues and stakeholders. And the guidance from the steering committee will go to the EAC. The EAC will then provide more formal guidance to DOE. DOE will implement the guidance and continue to iterate with the steering committee and with the EAC over a year, maybe 2 years, to craft vetted model pathways. And what this means is that DOE will really need to work closely with stakeholders representing all the diverse interests to develop model pathways. And that this may take, 1 to 2 years to actually develop these vetted model pathways, but to iterate closely with the steering committee and the EAC with respect to the approach we're taking and the findings we're getting, and to get additional direction from the steering committee. The steering committee deliverable is expected by March 2022 to the EAC, so we're on that time frame. I want to just review, before we open this discussion up a little bit more, I just wanted to review currently where we're at, what the analytical objective and approach is. The major question that we've all got is how do we get there? How do we get from where we are now to this ambitious goal of 2035 decarbonized resilient grid? And there are a number of scenarios, obviously, that you saw yesterday, and that we're also working on with respect to the electric grid and DOE that we all have to try to achieve. And the question really is that we're faced with is not only just how do we get there, but what are the transitional strategies for getting there? Did someone want to ask a question? Okay, let me continue. You probably hear a siren out there. I don't think that's for me, so I'll just continue.
Hey, Joe.
Yes.
It's Lauren Azar. First, how are you?
I'm good, Lauren. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Good.
I'm just wondering how electric grid is defined in your charge.
So, okay, that's a great question. we're seeing the electric grid as the electricity delivery system between generation and customers. And it's going to have to go through a transformational re-engineering effort to be able to do all the things we're asking it to do.
That's
And
good. So it's the whole
good.
shebang.
Yes, it's transmission, it's distribution. It's also behind the meter, customer meter domains as well, because they're becoming participants in the generation and management of electricity. Yeah. So we've had, the steering group has had about 3 meetings, full meetings. And we're really trying to figure out how to structure the conversation, because this is obviously a very complicated effort task that we're looking at with a lot of different components. And the challenges that we've got are determining, and these are very, very high level challenges, okay? And I want to dive a little bit deeper into them, okay, and open this conversation up. But let me just get through this, and I'll try to explain now what our approach might be to try to start to get at this. And again, the steering committee is not trying to solve what these pathways are, and DOE is not really trying to solve what these pathways are. What we really rather need to do is bring the right set of people together so that we can really determine what really needs to be addressed and how it needs to be addressed, and really let the industry really figure it out. But DOE can with a steering group can begin to lay out, here are the key considerations that we really need to tackle, and try to provide and inform the decision makers on how to move forward. So the challenges we've got are determining the structure and function, how it works, of the transmission system, determining the structure and function of the distribution system as well, and then really trying to understand what coordination is required with respect to planning, operations, market design, and operations across the transmission, distribution, behind the meter domains. And that's, again, those are very high level set of challenges. And we need to understand with respect to those challenges that we've got to address decarbonization, electrification, and equity goals. There are resilience and flexibility considerations. There's fragmented decision making right now. There's no central planner, and there's uncertainty with respect to the future. Natural gas prices are going up, for instance. And there's urgency in this, including rapid technological pace, especially at that grid edge of the distribution system. And so I think the question that the team has right now is how do we take these challenges and translate them into a set of bite-sized topics and issues that we can really focus in on. And one thing that we've actually started to think about with respect to addressing each of these topics, and we've got to determine as a team what these specific topics are that are bite-sized. Okay, so for instance, here's a potential bite-size thing that we would address. How do we address the structure of the transmission system to be able to support electrification, right? And we know that electrification is going to happen in different ways, and we're going to need different mechanisms to not only to support that, but there are decision processes involved there. So, given those discrete topical areas, the questions then become, what are the decision and planning processes that we need to put in place to be able to develop a pathway to be able to solve that issue? And who are the participants and what are their respective roles and responsibilities within the decision process. And the decision process could be a planning process. And what supporting analytical methods and tools do we need to support that decision making? And if we can at least identify what those things are, where we are now, and what we really need to do to maybe even transform some of the decision processes and be able to develop new analytical methods and tools, that would be what we really want to address through this process. And then obviously working with a private sector, with the community, let them really solve the problem. So part of this also is, and I'm
Wait,
getting
sorry,
a
Joe.
little-
Hold on a second. If you are not speaking, please put your microphones on mute. We're getting an echo.
Thanks, Chris. And obviously part of this is what technology is required and what's the deployment strategy for that technology. So last words here before we start to engage in a conversation with the steering group members is we're trying to determine what the approach is for organizing the conversation in the steering group. And I've reached out to some of you, and we're going to have continued conversation around this as we move forward. And so with that, I'll pause. Tom Bialik, I'd like to reach out to you, and what I think I would like to do is ask you and others of the steering group what they think the issues are, how we might address them, what the deliverable is for the steering committee is to the EAC, and open it up for that discussion, and then open it up for discussion across the EAC.
Hey,
I'll just
Joe,
stop
it's
right there.
Chris. I'm sorry to interject. I was remiss. Before we get the conversation started, and I'm sorry to interrupt. And by the way, I thought it was a great overview of the effort so far. I wanted to quickly introduce Whitney Muse, who is the Chief of Staff for the Office of Electricity. She wasn't able to speak yesterday after Pat's presentation, but she wanted to introduce herself. She just came on board a few months ago and has not been formally introduced to the EAC. So, Whitney, do you want to just say hi real quick?
Yeah, thanks, Chris, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. As Chris stated, I'm Whitney Muse. I joined DOE in June as the Chief of Staff in the Office of Electricity, so supporting Pat and just broadly working across the team with Chris and Joe and everyone else on the call from OE to just help the office run more smoothly. I'm looking forward to working with you all on the EAC and supporting as best that I can as well. I'm sure that Chris and Matt, you're in good hands with both of them. But as things come up that you need answers in OE, I'm also happy to be a resource. I joined OE and DOE in June, coming from Deloitte's Federal Energy practice, and was previously at NARUC. And so happy to be a part of the OE and DOE team, and look forward to you all having a great second day of the EAC. I will be in and out, but we'll try to catch some of the presentations this afternoon.
Right.
Thanks, Whitney.
Thanks.
Okay, Joe, you were tossing it over to Tom.
Yeah, Tom. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Joe, and thanks, Whitney and Chris. Yeah, so in the Smart Grid Subcommittee, we've got a variety of different things. We'll talk a little bit more about the Smart Grid Subcommittee later today. Pathway 8008 is an element of certainly the ongoing work in the Smart Grid Subcommittee. Joe and I and others have had multiple conversations over time as to what exactly does this really mean, and where do we go with this, and how detailed do we get? The challenge in this conversation, as far as what we see for the EAC, is not to sort of get stuck in and go down some of the rabbit holes that become all too easy to go down, and then really never get to probably what should be the accomplishment of this steering committee and the work product back to the EAC and the EAC direction on how to proceed. The challenge here is that we all know there's all these policy goals. And so then the question becomes, as Joe sort of pointed out, how do we actually achieve those? What is it really going to take to do that? How are we going to, ensure that if we want to achieve these policy goals, let's take an example, offshore wind, 30 gigawatts by 2030, how do we actually do that? And how do we ensure that we can move forward in a timely fashion to achieve policy goals, whatever those goals are? And so that's really, certainly from my perspective, is what we're really trying to achieve with this pathways discussion. How do we provide a model that DOE can leverage with stakeholder involvement to get to a point where we're able to make and agree upon, what it is we want to achieve, the time frame we want to achieve it in, and what the impacts will be and what's necessary to do that. So at a very high level, that's really, conversations I have with Joe, that's what personally I see as one of the outputs of this, as well as a specific example showing how that would be achieved. Whatever that example is, whether it be electrification or whether it be electric transportation or transmission, showing that, okay, who's the stakeholders, okay? What are the tools we need, okay? How do we get agreement on, what we need to do? So, and I'll take transmission as a good example. Bob mentioned it a little bit yesterday as well. If you say, well, I want to you need transmission to access all this large scale wind, well, what are all the considerations? So if I was to build a big HVDC backbone, we're talking about HVDC, and if I got a 6,000 megawatt backbone, then that becomes my largest contingency, and therefore now I've got to take that into account. Or instead, maybe I really need to build 3 2,000 megawatt HVDC links, and that way, my contingency levels are much smaller, much more manageable. So it's that kind of ultimately high-level conversation as an example to try to get everybody on the same page as to, here's what we want to do, here's how we hope to achieve it, and here's the kinds of things we really need to consider and take into account. So I'll stop there, Joe.
Yep. Thanks a lot, Tom. I'm sure there are others that want to provide some input here. Would appreciate it. Flora, you had some. Go ahead.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, we had we had a series of questions that we were thinking about, but as Tom was talking, I was thinking, there's all these goals that we have. We have the decarbonization goals, and so in order to reach those goals, the way that I've been thinking about it is, as Tom said, what do we need on the transmission system? What do we need on the distribution system? And then what do we need behind the meter, sort of technologically? And then you can start to ask, okay, how far are we from that? And, what policies need to change in order to, or what, markets need to change, what policies need to change in order to get us where we think we need to be in order to achieve that goal in all those 3 arenas, the transmission, the distribution, and behind the meter. And so, I would, appreciate, other people's thoughts on, I know we've had a lot of conversation on a lot of things, and this is a really overarching kind of a discussion. So I think we want to, kind of open it up and get people's thoughts. But I don't, I know we want to get thoughts from the EAC. The question is, what's the best way to get that? But, maybe right now we can just kind of open it up for general observations, or, you know, if you had one single priority that you thought was most important to get done for this, you know, what would that be?
Yeah. Thanks, Florida. And why don't, so I'm seeing people are raising their hands, and Bob, I'll go to you, and then Rick Moroz, I'll go to you, and then
Yeah,
Lisa, I'll
and
go
Joe,
to you.
just real quick before you go, I think one of the challenges in this conversation about the pathways is we don't want to have the box in the middle that says the magic happens here. And then, there's the output, right? It's, you know, how do you actually make it work?
Joe, I think it'd be useful to talk about an example. And my favorite example is electrification of long haul trucking. Okay, so what does that entail? I've got a truck stop just outside of Holbrook, Arizona. It's the Hopi Travel Center. It probably has 10 to 20 fueling stations for trucks. How long does a truck fuel? How long does it take to charge a truck with a very high-speed charger? Okay, high-speed chargers are 3.5 to 5 megawatts. So I'm sitting here on a 470 distribution circuit that has to be replaced by at least 115 kV circuit from someplace, who knows where. You know, the nearest transmission is down in Holbrook. And the other part of that is, where is that 100 megawatts going to come from? Well, okay, you can do solar at the truck stop. That's okay during the day. But 100 megawatts is, you know, a fifth of a square mile, basically. And then you have to say, okay, what are you going to do at night to charge these trucks? Because they want to drive at night. And you just go on and on. So it layers itself. It's a distribution system. It's the transmission system. It's the capacity. It's the energy. So there are decisions to be made and planning to be done on all of those layers. Now, you know, there is no magic here. If you decide you're going to do charging at that station, you've got to go all the way and supply the energy, supply the capacity, supply the charging stations. And then how much does this change the time frame of the travel of the trucks? How far can they go on a charge? And this is only one charging station on one interstate highway in the middle of the Southwest.
Right.
So when you think about that across all the interstate highways and all the truck stops, it becomes a very large issue. But
Yeah.
that's an encapsulation of the type of thing that we need to get by. How do you get there?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, and thank you for that. And Rick, I'll go to you next. But let me just say that what it always comes back to me as being the issue is the decision process, because we need to be able to put that kind of technology in place is going to require that either we impact planning processes or some sort of decision process. And our decision processes really, where we look at issues and figure out what the technology investment strategy is really based largely in the planning processes we have. The planning processes may be inadequate right now, and the analytical tools we have to support that decision making within those planning processes may be inadequate right now. I think that's part of what we need to take a look at in this group. Rick Moroz?
So I think you just may have answered my question or the comment that I was going to make. So to digress, we saw some really good modeling and analytics tools presented yesterday in Paul's presentation, and then with Eric. Those, just to clarify, those efforts, this effort, let me come back to this effort. This effort is exactly what I think you just said. You're really looking to come to form recommendations on the processes that need to be implemented that are really the planning functions. We've been talking about this for some time now. Joe, you've been talking to us about these very efforts. I just want to make sure we're seeing this clearly, that that's what the end product of this effort will be, and that tools such as models, the technological assessments or efforts like we saw yesterday will help inform that and reach hopefully a end product.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Am I characterizing that appropriately?
I think it's right. How about the others that are on the steering group? And Lisa, we'll get to you. But yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's recommendations on how do we, on what those decision processes look like now, how they really need to be modified, because I think we've got disparate decision processes, right? We do not have a multi-state regional planning process, right? And I think we're going to have to get there. And we don't have that right now. We're stuck in this IRP, DSP, and transmission thing, and it's all good work, but we're stuck a little bit, I think, and we might need more newer modeling tools. I mean, Pat Hoffman talked about, you know, what kind of transmission planning, regional planning, analytical capabilities do we develop so we can look at all the just different options and scenarios, right? I'm not sure whether we have those right now, or whether we do, I'm not sure whether they're being utilized. So yes, Rick, thank you. I think that's right. And thanks for the sort of try to get really clear on what the output is. I think recommendations on the processes, who's involved, what are the analytical tools needed to do that, to be able to get to the issues that Bob Cummings is talking about is really what we need to do. The issue we have as a group is, how do you organize our conversations? Because such a big problem. How do you organize the conversations to the bite-sized chunks? And I think us as a steering group really need to figure that out. Lisa, sorry for taking so much time.
My comments. So last year, the CEO of APS, Arizona Public Service, asked Advanced Energy Economy to work with them on trying to find pathways for achieving decarbonization. And we brought together a group of, it was 20, you know, or roughly 20 stakeholders, different companies with very different backgrounds, to talk with the utility and think creatively. And we brainstormed a number of different pathways. You know, we had this end state we were all trying to achieve. And then we developed screening criteria. In this case, you know, different things that were important in terms of APS and what their goals were. And then we brainstormed about 40 ideas, 40 to 50 ideas. We narrowed it down to 10 with screening criteria. And I'm thinking that a similar type of process could work for this. And then we bucketized the 10 solution opportunities into electrifying transportation, enhancing flexibility, expanding low to zero carbon generation capacity. And then we went into 10 different working groups, and they actually were, one of their end state products had to be roughly a 20-page business plan, business case, identifying key milestones of how they were going to get there, what the key issues were, any financials, you know, it was, and key regulatory policy issues that need to be addressed or overcome. And so it took place probably over, you know, 8 months or so, but it was really productive. It was a great process. Everybody worked well together, even bringing competitors together, and a lot of really creative ideas came out of it. And, you know, I could see how a similar kind of collaborative process could work here. You know, I'm trying to do that now with FERC Water 2222 as well, with 22 companies. And, you know, obviously the end state is very different, but, you know, I've done a number of these collaborative processes before that I think you can structure it in a way that it can be, I'd be very happy to provide some input too, because I've been through it now so many times. But I really think there could be tremendous value there, as long as you have very clear metrics like the screening criteria, you know, what is the end state, make sure everybody's clear on that, and then brainstorm and have these working groups. I found that actually many of the companies that we brought to the table were really willing to work free, you know, and put their time into really developing these business cases and business plans that had the recommendations, the roadmap for getting to the pathways around these very different, you know, 10 solution opportunities. So just putting that out there. And I'm so thrilled you're doing this, by the way, and especially, you know, across the state line issues, because, you know, and frankly, it's not even just the electricity regulators that we've got to be thinking of. We have to think about the transportation regulatory system. You know, when you're developing EV infrastructure and putting that all in place, it's not just about putting all the burden on the electric ratepayers. It could be the transportation sector may have to fund some of this, and how do you coordinate across different regulatory agencies as well? So I know that's a mouthful, but just throwing that out there. I'm thrilled you're doing this.
No, agree. Lisa, thank you very much. The techniques and methods that you just mentioned, we'd really love to take a look at it.
Oh,
And
Darlene, can I make a quick
yeah,
comment?
absolutely, Darlene.
So thank you, Lisa, for that. This really good insight. One of the things that we wanted to make sure that we acknowledged, understanding all of the different parties that may come to the table, and understanding the different decision-making structures that we might need to consider. One of the things we thought it was important to acknowledge is, you know, for the things we talk about that need coordination, let's use the transmission distribution planning coordination as an example. Just acknowledging where those lines are, who makes those decisions today, and then acknowledging how might others provide input into those decisions, or what other factors we can kind of inject into those decisions in the future to help with our collective goals. So you hit on that. I think one of the things is that I think folks got to be willing to come to the table and acknowledge their current authority and ask to be able to provide that type of input and some flexibility.
I think that's great. And I think one thing, though, I would also encourage us to do is not always be constrained by what we currently have. You know, we should ideally think about where's the desired end state, and where do we want to be, and work backwards from the future, and then work within the current constraints and see what can be. And because I think too often we get really restricted by the way things are done today, and it can really limit us in terms of thinking creatively out of the box. And so I also just want to put that out on the table as well.
Great comments. Others?
Can I
Lisa.
jump in on Lisa's
Sharon?
comment?
Yes,
It's Lauren
and then
Azar.
we should, yes, Lauren, absolutely. And then we'll go to Sharon after that, if you don't mind.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to jump off of what Lisa said. I was going to bring up the foresight process, which is precisely the kind of process that would be helpful for this, because it does exactly what Lisa said. It says, what is our end state going to be? And then it works backwards from there to get to today. And the reason I've been starting to use it with utilities, because the reason it's so important is people can't even imagine what the end state is going to look like right now, or how they're going to get there, because they're always sort of tethered to what we've been doing for the last 120 years. And so it's a way in which it gets everybody out of their box and thinking a different way. So I'll shut up there. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Very useful.
Joe,
Thank you.
this I like the idea of knowing where we're going, because that really is important. But we also have to apply project management skills to this. Critical path methods, what is actually accomplishable by the dates that we're throwing out on the table? We may be able to do localized electrification of delivery trucks, but we may not be able to, in the same time frame or before then, get to long haul trucking. I mean, so there's all these layers just in the transportation side of this, that some things are accomplishable by 2050. Some things may not be accomplishable by 2050.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think as a group, the steering group, we need to sit down and take a look at the conversation today and really figure out what our path is. Do some real hard thinking about what our methodology is. What are the bite-sized chunks? What do we need to do with respect to these bite-sized chunks, et cetera? And then, and maybe even provide an example as what was suggested by Tom. Sharon, your hand is up.
Thank you, Joe. Good to see you, and thank you for today's presentation. Two things. I know your former work when you worked with Nazio and NARUC looking at resilience. I'm wondering if, when you're talking about bite size, I realize transmission crosses, but it might make sense to focus kind of on a regional initially, because not everywhere is a market. As you know, I'm in North Carolina, and now we've got SEAM, which is an organized platform, not an organized market. And so if you're going to take into account the market piece of it, it does vary across the US. So it might make sense. I'm not saying long term, but if you're trying to get started, it might make sense to kind of use your regions that you had looked at before and kind of focus regionally. That was one comment. The second thing is we kicked off and have started convening number of IOUs and have some commission staff from different states where we are convening IOUs to open up the discussion, because they're interested in how they can approach transmission planning better, because sometimes they're right next to each other, and some of their distribution systems might kind of even butt up against each other. And so we have just kicked off that effort where we're collaborating with a number of different IOUs on the topic of transmission planning. So more than welcome to share that information or see if we can get you invited to some of those meetings. So
Thank you, Sharon. I think that after today, the steering group, again, this is for the steering group to decide, but we probably need to develop what our approach is, and then come back to the EAC and again iterate and report back to the EAC on some sort of regular basis. And that's what I would propose as we move forward. We're definitely going to want to provide some sort of deliverable that we can iterate on with the EAC sort of in the March timeframe. It's going to take some discussion, I think. But thank you for that, Sharon. I really appreciate that. Are there other folks that have comments or want to mention something?
Yeah, Joe, it's Chris. The speaker order, as I see it, is Tom Weaver, Jennifer Chen, Andrew Barbeau, and Monica Martinez.
Chris, thanks for that. I can't see that, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
Tom Weaver, then Jennifer Chen.
Thanks, Chris. I think what I have to say probably lines up with a lot of what I've already heard, but after looking at some of the information on what this group has done, and I'm just now joining the group, so I haven't been part of the conversations yet. The one thing that steps out to me is making sure that we understand all the factors that are involved. Not that we can address all of those factors, but I'm a big believer in fully understanding the problem you're trying to solve before you start stepping into solutions. And if we understand that, yes, there's the electrification and there's the market drivers and there's all these things. I mean, I drew a little picture here and it's a full page of factors. Don't want to get us bogged down, but I think we have to understand what the factors are, how they interact, so that we don't have unintended consequences, overlook opportunities for combinations and that sort of thing. So that's the big thing that I'm seeing.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Hi, thank you so much for introducing this project to us. I'm new on the committee too, so I'm also learning how this works. This is really important, and I'm glad you're undertaking this project. And my question is largely along the lines of how we'll make sure that this gets translated into something that's implementable and used practically, because it is important, and having it getting into being able to use it is would be really wonderful. So in terms of implementation, will there be specific recommendations for various entities that have functions that are related to the various policy goals and customer expectations that we're thinking of? And I apologize, I'm struggling a little bit because this is all very, I'm learning about this on a very general level. But just, taking your example of the transmission system and electrification, and I see that Darlene is here. One question could be, okay, so we've got PJM, there are various states with electrification goals, and that might have implications on load forecasting, transmission planning, and also resource adequacy planning and all of that. But when we're thinking about electrification and using it as a tool to reduce emissions, and trying to ensure that we're encouraging customers to provide flexibility and respond to what the market is telling them through prices. We'll need things like rate design, smart devices. There'll be things that regulators at the state PUCs need to do. There'll be things that staff at PJM will have to carry on, and all of these different functions. I think it's good that we're thinking about how these different entities are coordinating to take these functions into account with respect to each other in a way that helps us arrive at a coherent result. But some entities don't have incentives that are necessarily aligned with what we want them to do. So is there going to be specific recommended homework items for each of these entities? Are we going to envision that their functions will change somewhat? And if they don't necessarily want to take these functions on, these changes on voluntarily, would there be recommended policy changes that this group would be making?
So I'll take that on first. The answer is yes. Basically, everything that you've laid out needs to be considered. But I think we had to do this in a stepwise process. I think the steering committee at one level, at a high level, lays out what the key issues are, what are some recommendations around those issues, who the stakeholders are, where are the gaps in our decision making right now. Like you brought up some of the gaps, right? There might have to even be some policies, right? And I think we need to take a look at what those gaps and issues are. And then for the steering group to develop, again, whatever that set of recommendations is going to be. Then the second step is for DOE to engage the community, the stakeholders, all the different people that you talked about, and do it in some really focused way. Okay, some practical focused way. And determine what's possible and what's not possible to get at some of the things you brought up, right? And what we're learning through that stakeholder engagement, come back to the EAC, come back to the steering group and say, okay, here's the pathway, but it's broken here, it's broken here, it's broken here. Okay, and we're gonna have to iterate because we're asking people to, as Pat Hoffman said yesterday, collaborate. But we also need to develop a coordination where people agree what their roles and responsibilities within that. We've already talked about convergence of infrastructure, and we need some level of continuity, right? So we have to, it's a holistic problem, Jennifer, and we're just gonna have to figure out how to work our way through it. It's not an easy problem, and really, yeah, agreed with everything you said.
Thank you. Thanks.
So Joe, just keeping track here, it's Andrew Barbeau, Monica Martinez, and then Mario Hurtado.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chris.
Andrew, you're up.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the time. Apologies not being on video. I'm managing a potential household COVID outbreak right now. Hopefully all is well, but we'll see. So my comments are hopefully a good follow-up to Tom and Jennifer as well. And one of the things I noticed in the document is I really kind of honed in on the audience here, right? So who is the audience for this? And it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's the primary audience here are states, regions, and regulators. Now, that is a kind of broad topic. I don't know whether that's federal or local regulators, but state, regions, regulators are the primary audience there. And uh, you know, so I have some suggestions about possibly how to structure this, right? Focus mostly around the question of what is useful for them, what are they asking, what are their needs as they're kind of undertaking some of these larger ambitious policy efforts right now, right? So there's kind of 4 areas of need that I started jotting down myself that we've seen with states where states are trying to embark on these efforts and regions and kind of interregional coordination. The first one and kind of key question they ask is, what is everything I should be thinking about, right? So I don't know what I don't know is kind of the first question that we primarily see from states. And this is, I think it follows on what Tom said about factors. Where are all the factors that they need to be kind of considering? So a process to kind of develop an itemized list of what are all the things I should be thinking about as kind of that first top level before you eventually go in deeper. The second one is, the very most common thing. What are other states doing? What are best practices? Trying to kind of pull together from those stakeholder conversations. There's a lot of work going on in this place, and I know you have a short amount of time, so there's probably a lot of resources you could pull from. But really kind of giving states a menu of options, since this is voluntary model pathways, giving people a menu of options and know what is happening elsewhere in kind of an updatable list to approach each of these different factors, I think would be very helpful to that audience. The third is what are the known challenges, right, in each of these areas? So where you could do some of this stuff, but you hear the known knowns of challenges that we have coming up so that, you're not entering some of this stuff blind. I think that's the other thing that we primarily hear states regulators focus in on. And then the last one that I think both Tom and Jennifer touched on is this idea of how do all these things work together? And I think Bob, mentioned this as well, right? So, really pushing, that's an area where typically states regulators don't think about it. They try to operate a lot of these things in silos. So that would be more of a normative approach to try to focus them on looking at the interdependencies of different infrastructure. So vehicle electrification versus, how much and where you locate generation, optimize charging policies, et cetera. I also agree with Sharon around the idea of creating different regional focuses, foci, or whatever the plural of focuses, and possibly different pathways for region. There's, some difficulty with that, but I see a lot more benefits by being specific. And then eventually kind of leading into some more federal policy recommendations or interregional coordination. But getting that kind of first level down of those first 4 areas, I think would make this a lot more valuable to the primary audience here and kind of pulling in that resource. I also think, looking at this from an end state and working backwards, as was mentioned, is a very smart way to look at it. However, the only thing I would caution that is you don't necessarily want to supplant the judgment or goals of the local policymakers, regulators there. And it should be about facilitating their efforts rather than about defining what their efforts should be for them, because that will never work. And it makes it seem a little bit more like a pushback rather than that facilitation role, which I think this is primarily seeking to serve. So that's my comment. Think of the audience, think about what's useful for them. What are they currently asking and struggling with as they're embarking on these policy efforts in those 4 areas? Look at it regionally, look at the end goal, but don't try to define the objective for them. And then stage it first in those regions and then eventually work up to interregional and federal policy. That's my recommendation. Take it as you may.
Andrew, thank you very much. I took a lot of notes and maybe circle back with you, but really appreciate that approach. Thank you very much. Monica?
Thanks so much, Joseph. So one of the just kind of echoing on the decision points piece, I think Jennifer kind of raised this as well. Just kind of making sure that it's practical. I think with so many of these things, it's hard to do these things with everyone taking a different approach and just trying to make sure it's especially practical for state regulators so they can figure out how to implement with it. As a piece of that, think about like, and I think maybe this hits on a little bit of what Andrew was talking about, just not a one size, fits all. There may be a need for something different. Coming from Michigan, we had both PJM and MISO, and there would always be arguments. And, you have, some heavily vertically integrated utilities that made things different in MISO than it was in PJM. So it was really hard to sort of replicate the same processes. So just kind of keep those things in mind when you're thinking of that. And then I think the last thing is really just on collaboration. I think when we think about these things, especially when we're talking about equity being so crucial as we go forward when we think about, electric infrastructure and access to different items within that so that all customers can benefit, making sure that we're, keeping in mind and that underlying theme of trying to make sure that we are, allowing those stakeholders or others to participate within the process so that we have equity in mind throughout it. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Mario, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thanks for all of this effort. And I'm also new, so sometimes I venture into these wondering if it's contributing. But one thing that I think wasn't addressed, and I was trying to think about, some of the experiences I've seen with some of the different planning processes regionally in different states. And I think that the comment that I just heard, kind of sounded very familiar. Maybe part of this that hasn't been talked about yet is looking at governance models for these planning processes. I think you talked about mapping the current processes and the importance of gaps. Somebody else mentioned that. I mean, I think that's critically important, but often, the sorts of problems that were talked about when working with PJM or neighboring utilities or neighboring systems, it's a lot of it has to do partially with the players and the type, but also the governance model for how decisions get made in those processes. And I do think that focusing on trying to, hopefully fix some of those planning processes is really important. And so understanding that, if there are governance models that can be adopted and that will facilitate these planning processes actually working more effectively. I know that's a long road because you have lots of different players have to decide they want to do these things, but that I think maybe including that would be important. And then finally, at the other end, that the models or the pathways or the tools have some level of standardization. I know that you guys, like everything else, we struggle with in this sector with the federalism and wanting to do things very locally, but wanting to have these very broad national policy discussions and kind of how do you join the two. And I think maybe it's having several models, but within those models there's standardization so that when people do end up talking across regions, they're talking about the same thing, and it's the same sort of vocabulary, and I think there's some of that already among professionals that do transmission planning, for example, or some other things, but maybe providing more of that standardization, and part of that might be vocabulary, what words to use for what things. I know it sounds simple, but that sort of thing will also be really helpful.
That's really useful, and thank you, Mario. Because oftentimes we talk past each other because we don't have the same vocabulary or the same framework for thinking about a problem. So that's really useful. Thank you. Sharon has her hand up. Chris, what is and Wanda, what are our timing constraints here?
Sharon?
Yeah, we need to wrap the questions up pretty soon. We're running into time, so.
Okay, so are we past our time?
Not yet.
Okay. Sharon, I see your hand up, and maybe we
Yeah.
should end there.
Yeah, she's definitely the last word on this.
Okay, thank you.
So, Joe, we know you're going to do a great job with this. The one thing is you take everyone's input and you're doing your kind of data input. I would just keep in mind some people. We all have a tendency to use this term best practices and say, oh, New York's doing this, it's a best practice, or California's doing this, it's a best practice. And best practice is kind of in the eye of the beholder of sometimes the state, you know? So I think sometimes it has a tendency to inhibit the collaboration because once it's labeled a best practice and others from that region who support it, they become more interested in supporting their process than thinking outside the box.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. We don't want to constrain the conversation. And I think there's a lot of formulating approaches embedded here and a lot of discovery embedded here. So I really appreciate what you're saying. We don't have the answers to a lot of the issues right now. So we're going to have to figure out how to do that with the industry.
All right, thanks, Joe. One of the things I realized might help some of the new members is Pat initiated a memo back in March to kick this off, and I thought it might be helpful, so I've asked Chris to distribute it. But there was some question on, and you had some of that in the first slide of where this came from, but essentially Section 8008 is of the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2001. And what that asked was that the Secretary of Energy initiate this development of model pathways for modernizing the grid through a collaborative private-public effort. And there it is. There's about 4 different bullets there, as you can see, that, looks at, of course, the pathways, defining a diverse range of technologies and facilitating a modern electric grid and associated communication networks. So a lot of times the communication networks are the Achilles heel, making sure that we got the reliability, resiliency, affordability, safety, et cetera, and acknowledges the different priorities, electric systems and rate structures across states and regions. And then the bullets below where the objectives were defined is actually what Joe had more or less in his slide, the second slide. But yeah, this memo, which you will receive, really frames the effort that Joe is trying to do. And then, of course, the secretary was also asked to engage with staff outside DOE, including FERC, National Lab, states, and other key stakeholders. So, that's what we're embarking upon here. Right, Joe?
Thanks, Wanda. Thank you, Wanda. Appreciate that. Yes, right, correct.
All right. So we're in good hands. Anyway, appreciate everybody's feedback, and I'm sure we'll be asked to provide more as time goes on.
Absolutely.
And I also shared the link to this document in the chat, just so everyone knows as well.
Thank
Okay,
you, Chris.
Perfect. So are we ready to move to Paul?
We are. Paul is on.
Paul is on. Paul,
Yeah.
can we hear you? How's your audio?
It's good, thanks. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you just fine.
Can I introduce?
Yeah, please introduce Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I'm going to attempt to introduce you right now. Paul and I actually have had the pleasure of working together. I think, Paul, for about 8 years now. It's been a pleasure, and I've learned a lot. And thank you very much for being here. Paul, let me just say a couple of words about Paul. Paul is a managing partner of Newport Consulting. He's a leading expert, recognized leading expert on the business policy and technology dimensions of a more distributed power system. He supported grid transformation and modernization efforts internationally and in the US, including with 12 of the 15 largest electric utilities. He's worked with over state regulatory commissions. We worked together there, and 3 of the world's largest grid operators. He's authored numerous reports, seminal reports, including several for the Department of Energy, which includes the DSPX Modern Distribution Grid Report, Integrated Distribution Planning, and the T&D, Transmission and Distribution Operational Coordination Framework. Paul was previously the Chief Technology and Strategy Officer at Cisco Systems and Vice President of Advanced Technology at Southern California Edison. Began his career at PG&E in electrical system operations, T&D engineering, and he currently is a visiting scholar at Caltech and an adjunct professor at the University of San Francisco. Paul is going to talk about the work he's been doing in the area of coordination across the transmission, distribution, and behind the meter domains. And the work that Paul has been engaged in is going to be utilized by the department in moving forward with respect to undertaking a strategy to address operational coordination issues across transmission, distribution, behind the meter. And so with that, Paul, please proceed.
Great. Will somebody be driving the slides, Joe, or should I share my screen?
Could you share?
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Matt.
I see that Matt's bringing up the slides right now.
Thank you.
So yeah, as Joe said, been continuing to be active in looking at operational coordination from a number of different dimensions. More recently, actually from the edge perspective, particularly as it relates to community microgrid development in several states and in Puerto Rico, which is helping to inform a kind of a broader view. So this work that, so what I'm going to be sharing here really builds on the work that I've been continuing to do with Joe and Jeff Taft at PNNL that many of you know on the grid architecture. So applying those ideas as well as really looking at, how we think about addressing these issues in practice. And as several of you were noting as I was coming into the call, details matter. And I think that's going to be one of the themes that you're going to hear from me today is that generalizing some of these concepts is great to kind of get an initial orientation, but it's really important to understand the specific in a particular area and specifically what it is you're trying to accomplish to really think through the complex issues related to operational coordination. Next slide, please. I would say one of the first things that I would suggest that those of us that are looking at these questions around operational coordination is that we need to take a broader view of what it is we're trying to do with utilization of distributed energy resources. I've used this diagrams in thinking about comprehensive system planning, but it's equally important as we think about operational coordination, because while planning is sort of at the front end of the life cycle, if you will, real-time operations is where the rubber meets the road. And as we think about using distributed resources in multiple ways, driven by several different directions, whether it's through regulatory process, whether it's through market design, local initiatives around climate action, or sort of the environmental justice dimensions. There's a number of ways that distributed resources are coming into the system. And often we sort of have been ignoring in the past the behind the meter, and that's really not possible anymore as we increasingly from a policy standpoint are looking to leverage those resources as part of the overall system mix. And as some of you are well aware, if not in a particular state or utility service area, certainly portions of those service areas, increasingly distributed resources are becoming a majority resource, whether we're actively using them or not, and they have to be considered as we think about this broader real-time coordination activity. So we've expanded the way that we've been thinking about this, and I'm sure you've heard from Joe that we really think about this as transmission, distribution, and customer coordination, because the edge is increasingly an important dimension to consider as well. Next slide, please. Now, as we've been, examining here in the U.S. this question of operational coordination, you're probably well aware that this has been going on elsewhere in the world. In the UK, they've had the open networks effort for about 5 years, actually going into 6 years now. And we had the benefit of having interviews with the project manager of the UK open networks, and more recently, Jeff and I were collaborating and supporting a project in Australia that was revisiting, what they've been doing for lessons learned and thinking about how to maybe come at this a little differently going forward. And so as part of that, we had a chance to interview the principals in the UK open networks effort for lessons learned here that are summarized. The punchline here is that after 5 years of effort and a lot of stakeholder engagement and work, they basically got to an impasse. And the reason they got to an impasse is they took a top-down approach. And while they're, and when they did that, they got to a point where decisions needed to be made about choosing one path or another, but they hadn't done the work to really understand whether one path or another was actually technically viable, or potentially created operational conflicts that would not be viable. So it's kind of where they ended up. They ended up punting the details to the distribution network operators to kind of work out the specifics of a particular location, the particulars around the requirements, the operational performance requirements, to then think about how those can then participate in a broader market. Those activities are underway, but one of the challenges is they don't have a framework methodology to really work through how to work out those details. They're still sort of coming at it from a top down. Next slide, please. So Australia, as is often the case, as some of you may know, tends to follow what the UK does. And so they created the Australian Open Energy Networks effort, and in fact hired the same consultant. So you can imagine they took the same approach, and they ended up in the same place where they couldn't agree on where they were going to end up. There was a lot of disagreement, particularly around roles and responsibilities. And because they couldn't resolve the decision-making about specific roles and responsibilities, because they hadn't done, looked into the specific details, there was no framework for them to basically resolve those differences of opinions. One of the things in both cases is that, everybody's opinion still was valid because there was no way to basically assess whether those opinions would work or not. And that was part of the challenge. Part of what this work that Jeff and I were supporting this summer had to do with basically a proposal to the National Science and Innovation Institute, CSIRO, in Australia, to basically revisit, what is a better approach to thinking about how to tackle this. And that effort is underway to then initiate a program or project to pursue, not unlike what Joe's been discussing with you all for here in the US. Next slide, please. So, as I said, the lessons learned, top-down approaches to determine operational coordination of DER do not work. And we've kind of seen that here in the US as well in a couple of places. New York Rev originally kind of fell to this challenge. Details matter regarding the specifics of services, the performance requirements for each service, the reconciliation of anticipated multiple uses of DR, and I'll show you this in a couple more slides. Focusing only on near-term coordination issues is also a problem because it risks making poor decisions in relation to the larger, more complex coordination needs later this decade. I think you were all touching on the need to really understand where we're heading and then be able to sort of backcast from that to understand what the implications are in the near term. And I would suggest that in several places in the US, we're already behind on this. And certainly this is an issue globally as well. As we continue through policy, through at the federal, state, and local level, and also, just the potential that utilities and market operators are looking to utilize DER, and certainly the DER development community and aggregation service providers are looking for opportunities. We don't really have the framework to really enable how to integrate them into capturing the full value potential. So that's what's really, kind of setting the context for why I think we're already behind. Because we're already coming up in the end of 2021, and as we all know, these things take a long time. So, we've got some work to do. It is essential to distinguish compensation methods from operational mechanisms, and this is one of the insights that's come from some work that Jeff and I are supporting the New York folks that are kind of revisiting these issues. In New York Commission staff is exploring this with a working group in a structured manner. They're still working through things. We've still got a ways to go. But one of the insights is that it's really clear to separate compensation methods from operational mechanisms. And because often we talk about markets and we talk about, various mechanisms, but they're really the compensation model, not the operating mechanism in real time. LNP is, but things like auctions and the like are really dealing with a different time domain than real-time operations. One of the other things that we've been discussing with folks is really trying to understand where we're heading with terms of the speed at which the system is going to operate. So if we're moving towards a more non-synchronous system, that is, not moving away from sort of traditional rotating mass on the system and more inverter-based, then the speed of operation increases dramatically. And therefore, many things that we think about today in terms of timing, even AGC at 4 seconds or the like, is not going to be fast enough in a kind of a new paradigm that needs to be explored. So as you can imagine, if we have market designs that are at 15 minutes or 5 minutes, those don't really line up with the operational needs of where we're heading for certain services. And in many cases, we also today don't use those market mechanisms to, for certain services like, droop control is not, market-based, for example. It's kind of an instantaneous thing that happens autonomously. And I'll talk more about that. And again, as I mentioned, edge devices are, an important dimension, as well as the unregulated services to meet customers' needs. I mean, it's important to recognize that almost all distributed energy resources are primarily developed and implemented to meet customers' needs, not the grid needs. And so we're looking at, potentially secondary uses of these systems, yet in most cases, we've not really properly considered that the primary customer of those services, what considerations do we need to think about around that, the fact that they may be giving up those services to be able to then utilize in the system at various points. So it's something that needs more examination, and it drives potentially a need to really revisit the idea of grid codes at the edge, which is one of the things that I know Joe's talked to you all about that we think is important to explore. And that's expanding beyond sort of interconnection standard, but what other dimensions need to be incorporated at the edge to really address this. There's other implications around communications and the like that folks have noted before that we need to consider as well. Next slide, please. So one of the things that Jeff and I have been looking at in the New York context is that they've started to look specifically at a set of services. This just is a simplified extract. They've gone into much more detail. But when you start to break down the services, as we have looked at many times over the last 10 years, but what we haven't done is really look at where those services, what the performance requirements of those services at each sort of tier and between the tiers across the power system. So what's happening behind the meter at the edge, what's happening sort of edge to edge as might occur in a community microgrid or in a microgrid itself, then edge to distribution as maybe in a non-wires alternative, what may be happening if we have distributed resources directly connected to the distribution system and transactions across that in some way, or services being provided, distribution to bulk power and vice versa, and then, distributed resources participating at the bulk power system level, which at the bulk power system level is largely what FERC 2022 is focused on, and then some discussion about the interface between distribution and bulk. But as you can see, FERC 2022 doesn't address any of those other four categories that I've kind of simplified here in this table. And you can actually break it down even further than that. It also doesn't account, if you think about this as a matrix, it's largely focused on a few services, but not all the services that need to be considered when we think about ultimately if the idea is to do value stacking, right, as we've been discussing for many years, trying to use distributed resources to provide a range of services, then you really need to contemplate what the implication is for each service at each tier and between each tier, and what that's going to look like. One of the things that we've tended to do in these conversations from a top down is think about markets and some sort of economic price driven kind of response. And the reality is that's not how it's working. What we see is a combination of potentially price formation like an LMP, but we also have direct physical control involved. And in many cases, increasingly, we're seeing autonomous functions as well. So the operational coordination isn't a single plane, if you will, of a set of actors or even devices operating in a homogeneous way. It's actually for each service, there's a different set of actors, a different set of devices operating in a different set of operating mechanisms, whether autonomous or a direct physical control or perhaps a price-based formation that's potentially influencing that same device. So how do we think about those combinations? How do we think about those architectural issues, and in practice, how do we implement that? Next slide, please. So obviously, as just reiterates what I just summarized, but you can see that as we think about virtual power plants or even a community microgrid, kind of use cases, you can see that these bundles can look quite different, and the combinations of how they're being used and being operated in real time are quite different. And so we need to account for these. Next slide, please. So as part of the work, Forrest Small, who some of you know at Concentric in New York, was put together a couple of diagrams just to kind of illustrate the point that when you look at these different services that distributed energy might play, and you look at these sort of actor interrelationship diagrams of the type that Jeff and I have developed over the years, that you can see that this is just two different services, not the full list that you can imagine, but these are quite different, right? And the time periods of which they operate are quite different. So if you start to overlay these, which is what you would need to do, you will see that you're going to have inherent conflicts, and you will need to think about how to reconcile these. Now, in California, when they started to look at DER integrating into the to the CAISO market as part of or just demand response, in particular, behind the meter resources participating as demand response. They actually did the sort of detailed work to kind of resolve the conflicts inherently, and then think about what are the operating practices that will allow them to avoid some of the contractual or tariff conflicts, as well as then just the operational coordination in terms of priority and things like that. So it's, that's one example where it was resolved, but it did take looking at the details in at a really a finer point, and taking some time to work it out. This is going to be required. It's not easy. It's not easy work. It's not going to be simple, but it's at this level that, we really need to take more of a bottom-up approach when we think about, stacking these values, really thinking about integrating DER at some greater level as participating as part of the overall power system. Next slide. Thank you. So in sum, what we're working on and continue to look to develop in this new effort that Joe's teaming up is really a continuation of as you probably realize, that kind of developing a methodology which we call Occam that really looks at kind of this taxonomy of starting with identifying objectives and constraints. That is, what are we trying to accomplish, and are there limitations on what's feasible? identifying the specific services and related operational mechanisms, which requires some detailed work. The services, obviously, as somebody noted in the comments, is there are plenty of folks that have been developing these. I think yourselves in a subgroup had worked on this over the last year or so, and I believe Tom Bialik and folks have been working on something. So those are helpful, and we need to then take those and really develop a way to think through the operational mechanisms, particularly over time as the pace of the speed of the operation of the overall system may increase. Then we can start to develop these coordination structures for each layer, for each service. And then we need to go through a reconciliation using architectural principles and the like. And then we obviously need to document existing emerging industry structure as it is today, kind of the current state, and then where we think things may need to go. And then how do you transition from where we are to where we need to go? As somebody suggested, I think as I was coming on, what is the critical path items? Where do we prioritize how to think about this? But certainly, it seems to me that there's really urgent need to get some clearer thought as to how to think through this so that we don't just necessarily come over the top with business and policy directions that aren't necessarily going to be functionally possible as we move forward over the balance of this decade. Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much. Oh, keep on going.
I have some considerations, but I talked about many of these things.
Okay. Paul, thank you so much. That was great. We probably have questions, and we have time for questions. You brought up a lot of great things. Chris and Wanda, how much time do we have right now?
Oh, maybe 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes. Okay.
Until 1:45.
Where do we start, Chris? It's all up to
Let's
you.
So I hope
Agenda's
people.
45, so a little bit more than that. What do you got, Chris?
Well, I hope people don't get upset with what I'm about to do, but I'm not exactly going to go in order since since there's one member that has not been heard from today. So if you don't mind, I would like to bump Lynn Kiesling up to the top of the list. Sometimes you get rewarded for not speaking, and then we'll go Sharon and Bob.
Got to know when to hold them, right? Thanks, Chris, and thanks, Paul. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
I just want to kind of pile on and amplify your presentation, and I think that all of the issues you raised and that the approach that you've laid out is and especially your focus on bottom up thinking in terms of bottom up elicitation, as economist, elicitation of preferences and opportunity costs, and marrying that with the operational characteristics is a valuable perspective that is often overlooked. So I'm really glad that you said that. And all I really wanted to do, in addition to saying yeah +1, is to connect these ideas with, especially on Paul's lessons learned slide, to connect with the presentation we had yesterday from DOE's Paul about the modeling, the kind of modeling, decarbonization modeling that he's been doing. And I asked him about how do you integrate into your modeling and simulation the DERs, and how do you integrate the markets layers from local to retail to wholesale. And one thing that I think connects the two, and maybe connects, Joe, to your overall project that you've just laid out, is perhaps thinking in terms of co-optimization models. We do a lot of kind of top-down optimal power flow modeling, and that perhaps if we think more in terms of co-optimization, and that might be a framework for incorporating the perspectives and opportunity costs of the customer and their devices. Paul, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Well, I think if I'm picking up on the last part about the co-optimization, I mean, that's been sort of the holy grail, if you will. And as part of an effort with the ICF team at the Ontario ISO, about 2 years ago now, where they were trying to do that very thing between the T and the D side at a substation, around a substation transformer, what might make most sense in terms of, do you replace it? Can you optimize the DER in such a way that you get mutual benefits, not just the non-wires, but also on the bulk power system for that particular load center? The challenge is, again, that if you don't reconcile the bottom up issues, you can't quite get to the optimization. You kind of get stuck at the conceptual level. So yes, it's possible, but yeah, you really need to think through that lower level to see where the overlaps are. But I also think, positively, that I think you will start to see these patterns where these opportunities where you kind of get, from a diagramming standpoint, where they overlay and you see, oh, there's a node where maybe this way this is operating, we can start to think about co-optimization. It becomes a function of where you see sort of coincident coordination between timing, what's required, in terms of performance and the like. I think that will become clearer, and being able to do these overlays to see where those align, if that makes sense.
Sure does. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Thanks, Paul. So we have Sharon and then Bob.
I withdrew because Paul answered my question I was going to ask him.
He's that good. Okay, then we have Bob and then Rick, and then I think we'll cut it there.
Okay. Paul, it's heartening to see somebody think about it from a bottoms up. In IEEE 2030.11, the DERMS guideline, one of our ruling principles was you had to use security constrained dispatch at all times for aggregated functions. And I think that's something that it's so easy to ignore when you start talking from top down in a market. So it's important that gets put forward. The other thing is there's an importance of recognizing and differentiating between certain things like frequency control versus frequency response, et cetera, et cetera. And then you might have fast frequency response. The keynote there is that the device can be controlled in terms of the set points, but the device cannot be waiting on a central location to tell it what to do. It has to have its autonomous action for frequency response because it has to happen too fast. The time delays would be too much. So it's good to see this being brought forward in a more organized fashion. P2030.11 was it was more esoteric, but it was still enough detail to help with 2222. So thank you for that.
Yeah, Bob, I'm glad you mentioned, set points. One of the things you may have noted on the Australian slide, and I'm sure you get copies of these slides, is Australia started to move towards the idea of operating envelopes, which are basically their way of describing set points, and thinking about how you could link some sort of market structure to somehow, potentially dynamically changing operating envelopes. They kind of got stuck. That's part of where the research needs to go, and they couldn't quite work it out. And obviously, when you have a lot of stakeholders, that's not the easiest way to kind of work out detailed technical issues. But the idea that if we're going to have more autonomous operation of the like you're talking about, then how do we link the market efficiency concepts with these operating envelopes that can operate in the time periods that are necessary? So yeah, I think that's going to be an area that you'll probably hear more from us over the next year or two. Trying to think through that along with others, I'm sure.
And it's that aspect of it, deciding which devices to move in setting up the autonomous side of this is going to be very difficult because it's never been done before. We're talking about the dynamic situation on a distribution or subtransmission system that people haven't done. They've always used static modeling and things of that nature. So it's a monumental test, and it's a learning experience too. for the Ds and Ts involved. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, Rick had
Yeah,
a question.
real quick, maybe a rhetorical question, because I don't know that you have an answer, and certainly not in the time we have. My question is, who will make these decisions? And it occurs to me, thinking this through, that there may be a point in time that the heretofore unregulated interest developers and the like, there may be either directives or quote regulation that comes to pass for them. So maybe this is a comment, maybe more than anything. We really need to give some thought to that. That's something the Model Pathways Development Subcommittee can be thinking about, is who's making those decisions. And by the way, it dawns on me, those were the questions that were being asked in REV in New York about everyone's role in this new emerging smart grid. So just really a comment more than a question, unless you had a quick response to it.
Yeah, no, Rick, that was actually the last point on my last slide that I didn't go over. But yeah, the question is, who's making that? And then to your point, just quickly, totally agree. We need to rethink, the role of the entities and what oversight needs to be if they're going to participate in the market with these resources, which increasingly, being required one way or the other. There's got to be, it can't just be the wild, wild west, which it is today. I mean, it needs to be, if they're going to be part of it, and particularly if they're supported by policy and, incentives in one way or another, I do think it needs to be part of, we need to think differently about regulation of those, and particularly as they participate.
Okay, Paul, thank you so much for your comments, and Joe for sponsoring Paul into our agenda. It's great work and very interesting as usual. So thanks so much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You bet. We are going to take a break, and break is scheduled until let's see, 3:40 was the original plan. No, next one is panel. Excuse me. We got a panel coming up. No break. So let's see, Joe. Let's go ahead and have you get your speakers teed up. Chris, do you have the slides ready to go?
We have the slides. We should. And if not, I'll ask the speakers to share their own slides. But Matt Aronoff, do we have everyone's slides as backups here?
Yeah, just let me know who's first.
Okay.
I'll let Joe dictate who's first.
Yeah. So let me see now. I think you've got the order perfectly in hand there. So that would be the order. Okay. And we can proceed if folks are ready. And Darlene Phillips, I may call upon you, because this has really been an effort between me and Darlene especially, and Matt, and with Chris's support as well, to try to organize this this session. And I want to really thank you all for being here and making this session, all the panelists. And I'm going to be introducing you. The way I think we want to run this session is we'll just, have a couple opening remarks, but then I'll call upon you and I'll introduce you. And then after your 10 minutes or so, we'll probably can address a comment or clarifying question from the EAC audience. And then we'll move on to the next speaker. And that will give us, if we do that, that will give us plenty of time, I'm hoping, at the end of all the talks, to have an open discussion between all the EAC members. So with the panelists. So again, thank you very, very much for being here. We really appreciate that you could make this and be with us.
See, Joe, it's been a while since we've had a break. So one of the things I'm thinking about is maybe we go through the presentations, and then we take a break, and then we come back for questions, if that's okay.
Sure, absolutely,
And then
absolutely.
a little bit of context on where we are here for the new ones. We had a really extensive conversation of FERC Order 2222 in February. And that was, when the RTOs were just kind of starting to grapple with the idea of putting a compliance filing together. The extensions hadn't been granted yet. Then we had a FERC order paper that was actually included some recommendations, and we could probably put that, put a link in the chat here so that those of you that haven't seen it have the opportunity to do so. And then that led up to the interest to specifically focus in on the coordination aspect. So Joe and Darlene have been working on this coordination piece, and that's what brought the speakers here to you today.
Thank you very much for that, Wanda. And actually, Darlene, would you like to say a couple of words? You're the one that actually developed the questions, and it would be really nice if you could review those with the audience. I hate to, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot.
I sure can.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just one of the things that we tried to get at, and one of the things that we're trying to get at, is that next level of conversation, understanding where people are with respect to the discussion and the planning and implementation phases, design phases, is really getting an understanding of what the remaining issues are on the table. So a couple of questions that we had asked and want to make sure that we get to is, one, understanding what folks believe their role is in FERC Order 2222. Whether it's in providing information, whether or not it's, kind of taking information, providing it to others, what is your role exactly in FERC Order 2222, just to make sure that there's some alignment, and then to see where there might not be as much as alignment as we hoped. The other thing is to really understand, the second question is really trying to get at what are the remaining issues on the table, just to kind of see where folks are, and if there are commonalities, across the spectrum. We tried to make sure that we got a good cross-sectional group of folks on the panel. And then the last question was really trying to get at where do we go from here? So hopefully this will get us to a point where we can take our recommendations to the next level with respect to FERC Order 2222. Thanks.
Darlene, thanks a lot. And I think you really summarized really well what we're trying to do with the panel session. And so thanks very, very much. And the larger question is beyond FERC 2222, and it gets to what Paul was talking about, is over the long term, really what are the coordination issues we really need to address to make the system work appropriately. So that will be a long-term conversation, but your thoughts regarding that question would be much appreciated. So what I'd like to do is introduce our first speaker, and it is Donnie Bialik. And Donnie, again, thanks very much for being here. Let me just say a couple of words about you to the group. Donnie Bialik is the manager of reliability engineering at PJM Interconnection, where he's responsible for managing a team of on-shift reliability engineers to perform day-ahead and real-time analysis of the transmission system while operating in the control room, including coordination with neighboring entities. He also works as a member of the systems operation leadership team to develop operating plans and strategies to meet the varying requirements for system analysis, monitoring, and market efficiency. Donnie originally joined PJM in 2004 as a college co-op student in the engineering support department. That's great. It's a great program, and was hired on as an engineer to focus on EMS network modeling and advanced application support. He then moved to the markets coordination department, where he achieved the position of senior engineer while working on multiple market-based applications, including market-to-market and security-constrained economic dispatch, and now leads this team of reliability engineers. So Donnie, with that, please proceed.
All right, thank you very much for that introduction. Can you confirm you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. And yes, hopefully, unfortunately, my title slide was up here long enough where everybody noticed that I made a typo and said it was December instead of October. So hopefully that is the only typo I made and did not catch. I guess editing is maybe not my strong suit. As we said, I'm Donnie Belock from PJM. And this is actually a pretty good time for this discussion. I actually just was fortunate enough to spend the last 3 days on site testing with one of the DOE grid modernization lab consortium projects. That one was specifically held at Plum Island with Lawrence Livermore and Idaho National Labs and DARPA. And we're testing a bunch of inverter-based resources, specifically with a focus on batteries. And that's going to attempt to answer some of the questions we have about operational behavior. And those are a lot of questions that we have. Typically, from the transmission side, it's usually out of sight, out of mind on the distribution. Obviously, with 2222, that's not the case anymore. And so this was a great opportunity. I'm glad that they asked me to help join them and develop some real-life testing scenarios that might help guide us in the operation moving forward as these types of resources start to integrate. So I'll get started here. The majority of my time I'm going to spend talking about operational coordination, as we had already talked about here in the primer. So I've only got a few slides, but they're pretty beefy, and it might take a few minutes to walk through them. So if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, please. So I can give you a little bit of background on how we came to, I would say, the next two slides here. Obviously, operational coordination, it's very interesting if you look at it from a top-down approach, as we were just talking about, very challenging. You start getting into areas that we really have little to no visibility and knowledge of when you get down into the distribution system. That's not historically how our models work. So we had actually originally drafted a starting point kind of from our perspective, got it out to the PJM stakeholders, including the distribution companies, to get their feedback on it. We tried to start working with that model and make adjustments to it. Eventually, we got to a point where we decided to stop trying to work with that model. We started completely fresh because we felt that we were agreeing with each other and wanted a lot of the same things, but it was quite a bit of a challenge to try to get it all together, show it graphically, and so everybody had the same understanding of it. So we actually then ended up starting completely fresh. The distribution utilities actually took the lead on the next iteration, took everything we had said, put it down on the paper, sent it back to us. We had a lot of meetings, went back and forth on it. And that's really what was started to drive the next two slides. Now, you'll also notice that's going to be consistent on both this slide and the next slide. We don't really define entities other than PJM. You've got, we'll see market agent, you also see dispatch agent. That's a functionality from the PJM perspective. And recognizing that we need a little bit of flexibility, or a lot of flexibility possibly, being that our jurisdiction is 13 states and DC, each of the individual distribution companies is probably going to want to have a different level of involvement with the DER integrations. And they're also going to have different tariffs on file, and they're going to have different agreements with their state commissions. So we needed to have a little bit of flexibility here. And if you notice, you'll see almost like a little bit of a disclaimer on the bottom. The market agent, and you'll see it on the next one, it says dispatch agent. It could be the EDC, DER aggregator, or a third party is assigned during the registration process. It really allows for, as long as somebody is qualified to handle the responsibilities that PJM needs, that's what's important to PJM. So we are aware that it could be multiple different entities. Now, so I'll start here. Now, this is we kind of break the coordination up into two parts. Day ahead, which is really anything up to and including day ahead, and then we get into real time. So starting with day ahead, what's important to PJM here is we have the proper market offer parameters and outage reporting for the aggregates. That's the information that we need, and we would expect that to be reported to us by the market agent. The market agent knows that because they know the availability of their individual DERs within the aggregation, but they also need to work with the utility. Now, this is interesting because from a transmission standpoint, this is something that PJM would historically do. We would run the long-term and near-term reliability analysis, take a look at all of the transmission level constraints, any type of outages, and if there is a BES connected unit, we would take the lead on communicating with those units and saying, okay, we have system constraints, maybe you have outlet issues, you're going to be restricted, maybe unavailable, things like that. We can't do that on the distribution level. We have no modeling, no visibility, no way of determining distribution constraints. So the utilities really have to, they have agreed, but they really have to be the ones to determine, well, what is the state of their distribution system? What type of outages do they have planned coming up? Is that going to cause any type of reliability impacts with the DER aggregations? And they need to be able to communicate that with the market agent. Now, if there's an opportunity for coordination, maybe say coordinating circuit outages with DER outages so they happen at the same time, that's great. Although we do have to recognize that there are going to be some times where the distribution system simply cannot handle injections from the DERs, and that is going to be identified by the utility. So the utility really, I would say, is driving this, this section of the coordination. They're the ones doing the reliability analysis in advance. They're the ones that are doing the planning of the distribution system. They're the ones that are evaluating the reliability. So between them and the market agent, communicating with the individual DERs, they need to collectively come up with market offers, parameters, and outage reporting and submit that to PJM. Now, if you go to the next slide, you'll see a few more players in here. This is what we would call the real-time communications model. The real-time operations model. I'll wait for you to click to the next slide unless I'm lagging behind here. Great, thank you. So we're obviously running a day-ahead market. So you got all your bid parameters, you got everything submitted in a day-ahead market clears. You assign day-ahead market awards. Now, from that point on, now you're going into effectively what we would call as real-time. And now, not only are you just getting market-based offers, clearing day-ahead schedules, you're actually operating the system now at this point. This is where you're going to start seeing dispatch agent. And this is also, where PJM is now starting to define, wholesale market prices. So in this section here, I would actually say that PJM really starts to drive this process. We've gotten our market parameters from the market agents. We have telemetry coming in from the aggregations through the dispatch agent back to PJM. And every 5 minutes, we're setting wholesale market prices, emphasis on wholesale market prices. We are taking into consideration transmission level constraints. It's similar to what we are doing right now, except, like I said, right now we don't have any visibility to the distribution system, and we will not moving forward either. So these are wholesale market prices. So we can't incorporate distribution level constraints into our wholesale market prices. This will be important to remember that for a couple minutes when I get to it. So PJM then sends out its dispatch signals. It's based on dispatchable range of the aggregations, the wholesale prices, and where that fits in with their bids. It's all optimized. We send out the dispatch signals. We send out the associated prices with that. That goes to the dispatch agent. Once it effectively leaves PJM, we expect the aggregations to follow the dispatch signal. However, like I said, we don't have any visibility to the distribution system, so the utility needs to insert themselves in this situation. If we start dispatching an aggregation which is inconsistent with local utility level reliability, they need to interject themselves and they need to take command here. They have the first priority. They can determine system reliability, power quality, safety, and if there is an override, that takes precedence over PJM's dispatch signal. Then we would expect the dispatch agent to dispatch the DERs according to the utility override in that instance. Now, to close the loop, though, because PJM really, you know, we didn't know we couldn't dispatch the DER aggregation in that manner. We didn't know it was going to cause a reliability issue on the local level. But that has to be communicated back to us. And the common language for us is market parameters. So the override commands do need to go back from the dispatch agent to the market agent and back to PJM. I always use the same example. Say a DER aggregation has a dispatchable range from 0 to 10 megawatts. And we say, okay, well, we could really use energy in this particular location right now. Based on the market prices, we would like to dispatch it up. We'll set it to 10 megawatts. According to us, that's perfectly feasible. That is in line with the market parameters that we had originally received. However, whatever happens in real time, something unforeseen, maybe you have line tripping on the distribution level, you know, obviously a multitude of examples here that you could use. The utility says we can only handle up to a 5 megawatt injection at this point. So they're going to override that signal. They get the first priority. They only go to 5. Now you've got a mismatch. PJM's expecting 10 from this resource, but they're only going to 5. That, in a small amount, would affect our ACE control, and that needs to be communicated back to us in the form of an updated market parameter to say, okay, my maximum is now 5, and PJM will then, okay, well, we won't dispatch you above 5 anymore. And so I'm not going to be dispatching the resource, which is inconsistent with local reliability. And also, we're not going to be dispatching a resource in a way that's not going to give us the response that we're expecting. So that should probably cover our real-time operations model. And there were just a few more things that I wanted to touch on as far as in-progress items that we have that we're still working on. So if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, please. And there's 4 things here that I won't go into as much detail with. Trying to stick to my time constraint here. One is telemetry. Being that I'm from operations, we want as much telemetry as we could possibly get at all times. That's just how we're wired. More data, the better. Obviously recognizing that if you're an aggregator, you could see that as a barrier to entry because that does have a cost associated with it. So we are still working through that. I'm sure we'll find a happy medium as to what works for these aggregations to come online and not jeopardize reliability. Another is geographic size of the aggregation. Right now we already have effectively aggregates from the distribution up to the wholesale level. That is where we run a nodal market, nodal from the transmission point of view, and then anything that's under that is effectively already aggregated. So we feel like just carrying that forward is a good starting point. We would have accurate pricing for the resources, specifically at that transmission level node. Remember, these are wholesale level prices that would be reflective of the lower voltage level distribution connected resources. If, again, this is something that's probably between us and the aggregators obviously would want the ability to have as large of an aggregation as they possibly can. We have a lot of reasoning from both reliability and markets reasons to justify the size of the aggregations that we're looking to allow. Cybersecurity, this is not my wheelhouse, but I certainly do respect it. I think everybody's going to realize that we're going to have a lot more potential devices connecting onto the system here, and that's new access points. And is there going to be cybersecurity measures in place so we can maintain the level of autonomous operations and maintain the reliability and security that we need. And then lastly, something that's also still being discussed is the registration data exchange and sensitivity, really just making sure that we have all of the ability to communicate freely and openly, especially with the distribution companies, any type of the registration information so we can properly put it into our planning process, into our modeling. I know, again, being from the operations side, we want full access to everything at all times, knowing legally that's not always feasible. So if we can go through some of those roadblocks in advance and try to get those agreements in place so everybody gets access to the information that they need in a timely manner to do all the jobs that they need to do, we'll be in great shape. So I will stop there. That's the end of my presentation. I'm not sure if I'll let you lead the questions if we're going to do that now or wait till the end.
No, so Donnie, there are a couple of questions that came in. I'm gonna just, one is, the first one was from Lynn Kiesling, and we really only have time for one question, but let me read it to you. It came in through the chat, and Lynn, if I don't do a good enough job, please speak up. But she's asking, will the dispatch agent also process bids or offers submitted by the DER aggregator, or does that go directly to the market agent?
So it's possible for the dispatch agent and the market agent to be the same entity. So we have it split out because they have different functionality. I would say yes, if they are the same entity, if the same entity is doing both the dispatch and market functions. I would say no, if the dispatch agent and the market agent are separate, then it really just goes to the market agent to process the bids and offers.
Okay, and that's all we really have time for right now, and I apologize to those who actually had their hands up. But Donnie, thank you very much. It's great to see the detail, because I think as we all agree upon, the devil is in the details here. So thanks a lot.
Joe, we are capturing questions through the chat, so if folks want to put them in there, that's a good place to at least get them logged for now.
Great, thank you. So I just lost. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. We hear you, Joe.
Okay, good. I just lost where I was, but
Next
it's
speaker
okay.
is Henry. Joe.
Got it. No, I see that. I actually lost where I was actually in the WebEx meeting, but Chris, thank you very much. Henry, let me introduce you. Henry Yoshimura is the Director of Demand Resource Strategy for ISO New England, where he's responsible for integrating distributed energy resources into the New England wholesale electricity market. He began his career with the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities, DPU, where he directed the regulatory effort, making Massachusetts among the first states to incorporate energy efficiency into the utility planning, resource acquisition, and rate-making processes, and to consider environmental externality costs, including carbon pricing in the utility planning process. After leaving the Massachusetts DPU, Henry advised several state governments in the US and abroad on restructuring their electricity industries. Upon joining the ISO, he worked with industry stakeholders to develop the market design that allowed New England to be the first region to integrate distributed energy resources to the forward capacity market. He served on the advisory council for the Smart Electric Power Alliance, chaired the Demand Resources Working Group on behalf of the New England Power Pool, and served on the advisory committee for the Northeast Electrification Decarbonization Alliance. And he testifies frequently on market design issues concerning distributed energy resources. So Henry, with that, please proceed. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And could someone verify that you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for having me join your group. So I have a few prepared remarks, and hopefully that they will spark some thought and some discussion, which is where the value of these things always is. So why don't we go to the next slide? You know, we were asked to address a few issues, and a high level, you know, what do we do? What does ISO New England do with respect to Order 2222? What's our role in this process? I was asked to, you know, to provide three pain points, basically: implementation or design complications, issues, etc., with respect to Order 2222 implementation, and then of course, where do I think we should go from here? The rest of this you're familiar with. You know, we got the order in 2020. We're working through the stakeholder process, and with our various internal business units, operations being one. Thank you, Donnie, for your presentation. Very helpful. And I won't have to cover that stuff, so thanks for that. but that's one group. Obviously, there's a market design, market operations group. There's a planning and group as well. And so we have to get these groups together and determine how to best comply with the order to satisfy our mission, which I'll get to in a second. And our particular compliance filing deadline is February 2nd, 2022. So that's 2/2/22, if you could believe it. So, and that's not a mistake, unfortunately. Why don't we go to the next slide, please? So basically, you know, as you know, distributed energy resources are coming into the system. We have to comply with Order 2222. We're an RTO. We're a regulated entity that must comply with the order. We have to do that while still fulfilling our critical roles, which will be which will be grid operations, as Donnie mentioned, market administration, which also Donnie mentioned to some extent, and also power system planning. So in our territory, we do the long-term system planning for the region to ensure that we remain resource adequate, which will become more and more challenging as the rest of the slide indicates. And I think this has already been covered. You know, there's you know, traditionally we think about the load that we plan to meet as being price inelastic, pretty straightforward to project. But as you could figure out that, you know, with you have more resources that are behind the meter or in the distribution system, which we don't see, that load, which we only see the net of, becomes less predictable. The power flows become more variable. They could be bidirectional, which is probably a bigger problem for a distribution utility than the ISO. They're less predictable as a result, and everything becomes more complex. We still have to do operations. We still have to have a market design that properly compensates resources and charges consumers as well, and also to plan for the system. And these things, because there's more uncertainty and more variability, that becomes more complex. So we go to the next slide. So what are the pain points? Well, I gave this some thought, and I did not see Paul DiMartini's presentation beforehand, but I think he covered the first point extremely well. There's a top-down approach that is being taken by Order 2222. These resources participate in the wholesale market, which is at the top of the electricity system. It's the bulk power transmission system. And I'll get into some of the challenges there, but basically it's a top-down approach. These resources in a distribution system that Donnie adeptly mentioned, that, you know, the system we don't even model, we don't have visibility into. Those resources in that system are participating in the bulk power system. So it's a top-down approach. I believe it will result in inefficiency and unreliability, particularly under a high DER adoption scenario. The second pain point is that given the aspects of the order and the fact that it's top-down, et cetera, the participation of DERs or these aggregations, which are in the distribution system, most of which are going to be behind the meter, most of those are the participation of those in wholesale markets will likely be limited. It's not to say they won't exist. They probably will be existing, but their participation in markets is likely to be limited. And I'll get into why I think that. I think that some people might have mentioned that earlier as well. And with limited participation, obviously the benefits of this new market design that we're working on currently will be low. If you don't have participation in it, then it won't be generating benefits. Again, it's not to say the DERs aren't there. Generating benefits of some type, it won't be, but it just won't be through this market approach. But we have compliance costs. We have to redesign our markets to allow aggregations to participate, even though we may not have any. And there's more actors involved. There's not just the ISOs, but the distribution companies and perhaps the states as well. So go to the next slide. I'll just go over each of these pain points quickly. This was already covered. Top-down approach, will be unreliable and inefficient. I already mentioned this. We run a market now. We administer a market for all resources in the bulk power system, the high voltage transmission system. The architecture of the system is unique to that system. It's a network architecture, allows power to flow in different pathways, etc. We model that. We understand how power is flowing. We understand where the constraints are. We redispatch resources based upon those constraints, and we even price those constraints. So an area that has to have higher cost resources serving it because of transmission constraints has a higher price, because that's the cost of serving that area is higher. So we do that, and I think we do it well, but that's something that we do every moment. But we're being asked to incorporate smaller resources, which are in the distribution system, to participate alongside the higher voltage transmission system connected resources. Those DERs are connected in a different part of the system, lower voltage, a different architecture altogether, radial, designed for one-way power flow, etc. And if you don't model that, if you don't model the constraints and reprice and redispatch, that's bound to, especially at a high, especially when those constraints start to bind.
Henry,
Did we? Okay.
Great.
Oh, there's a problem?
There was a little lag on you, Henry.
Okay. I don't know what caused that, but let me keep going. Hopefully you didn't miss much. So basically, if you're not modeling those constraints and pricing them correctly, it's going to cause two problems: inefficiency, economic-wise, and also unreliability, because you could be dispatching things at times where there's constraints, and that becomes a problem. So we already heard that we don't model these systems. These systems are typically with retail customers, typically under distribution company ownership, and also retail regulation. So these are areas that we traditionally do not model for different reasons, but that being one of them, jurisdiction being one of those. And of course, if these things proliferate, you heard the architecture being put together by PJM. Ours is very similar, but we also understand that that communication has to happen very quickly in order for a set of resources that we're not modeling, that if dispatched simultaneously could, for example, increase voltage beyond the standard, that you can have a problem, and you have to respond to that very quickly to resolve that. And so the question is, can that coordination happen quickly enough? At high levels, certainly manual intervention is not going to cut it. But the tools available to understand and redispatch, they're still in their infancy. So we're entering into an area that is uncharted for most of us. Okay, next slide. Two more, and then I'll try to wrap up. I know we're trying to get through stuff. Okay, so I think participation in the wholesale market will be limited, even though there might be a lot of DERs. Why is that? Well, one of the requirements of Order 2222 is that we shouldn't be double counting. We shouldn't be counting a resource that's producing energy and paying it for its produced energy. So it simultaneously also reduce a customer's or a set of customers' load profile, because that would be double counting. That'd be like paying someone to consume their own electricity. If they consume their own electricity, they should probably be incurring the cost to generate that power, and they're free to do that. They should be allowed to do that. But if those same resources are participating in a wholesale market and being paid, but the customer is not paying for its consumption, then there's a double counting. And then you have to ask the question, well, how are we financing that? How are we paying that resource when the load that's consuming it's not paying for it? That just results in cost shifting, and there could be some price issues as well. The resource that is getting the double compensation, so to speak, that's being double counted, could bid differently, could bid lower into the wholesale market, and thus cause higher cost resources to be dispatched in front of lower cost ones. So those are market issues and also some equity issues involved. Um, uh, so if we don't allow for that, which is an appropriate thing to have in place, don't allow for double counting. But the consequence of that um, is that then the resource will have to pick which market they want to be in, and most likely they'll pick to stay in the retail market. And we already heard why. You know, the retail market that has a lot of costs, a lot more than the wholesale market. The retail market has to collect wholesale market costs, in fact. So, and retail rates are just much higher. So avoiding having to pay the retail rate is a much better value proposition for a DER, especially one that's, particularly for one that's behind the meter. And so, you know, why would anyone want to participate in the wholesale market? And of course, we're already seeing that in California. So, you know, it's not just me theorizing about this. I think we're also observing that. And let's go to the next slide. So if the benefits are low because you don't have participation in the wholesale market, well, what about the cost? Well, you know, we have to comply. We've spent a lot of time with our market participants to develop the rules. So already we spent quite a bit of the region's resources to do this. And we have to develop new systems to operate these new aggregations of potentially heterogeneous technologies within the same aggregation. So there's some challenges and thus costs involved and resources to spend to figure out how to do this. But we're not the only ones. You know, the distribution utilities will have to determine how these things affect their reliability, the reliability of the system they are responsible for. There might be metering changes that are necessary, which will impose costs. There might be, and we also talked about the operational coordination. Donnie talked about the ISO side. Think about the distribution side. There has to be costs there, probably more significant ones. And so there's costs involved to comply. And and also regulators, because costs are being incurred by distribution companies, state regulators might be involved to review that activity, determine cost recovery, et cetera. So why don't we go next slide? So those are the pain points. We might not get a lot of participation, and frankly, you know, but that doesn't mean that the DRs aren't there. They could be there. They could be there in significant quantities. We just won't see them both in our markets, nor will we'll be operating them because we can't see them. And so there's going to be some inefficiency and unreliability that increases as more come into the system. So what do we do? What's the next step? I think we've already heard a lot of this, which is we shouldn't be doing top down. We should probably be looking at more local control. In my opinion, though there might be others, and we appreciate to hear that, which would be, you know, there's a distribution system with constraints. Maybe that there should be a distribution system operator. Now that's a function. I don't want to imply that there's a specific entity that ought to be doing this. It could be an ISO. It just happens to be a different division of the ISO, but it could be a distribution company as well. It could be an independent entity. Obviously, there's some policy that needs to be discovered there. But that said, there's a function that needs to be satisfied. We ought to be focusing on that. There's lots of good reasons already mentioned. That if you have a lot of DERs, these DERs are going to on a constrained part of a distribution system, you know, their simultaneous operation on that part of the system could affect reliability. So you have to model that. You have to understand that. You have to be able to control that. To control that, you need visibility. So you need visibility over all of them, not just the few that are participating in your market. And there's a challenge. It's you know, everything I've heard about a distribution system. I'm an economist, by the way, so so this is not something that I have firsthand knowledge. But every presentation I've attended with respect to distribution operations is that a distribution system is much more extensive and complex. So modeling it will be a challenge. And, you know, so we'll have to figure out then so what do you do with that? So now you have a DSO that's operating the system. How does that work with the TSO, us, the ISO? Well, you know, you have to coordinate now, but it's a different type of coordination. It's not top down with the ISO operating some individual DERs. What you're communicating is what is happening between the distribution and transmission system. How much power does the distribution system need to serve its net load? Its net load being understood by the operator of that system, of that distribution system. And what are the relative costs of serving that distribution system with power from the bulk power system versus serving it with distributed resources? We obviously want to be economic about this. If there's a lot of inexpensive resources on the bulk power system, you want to use them. It's to everyone's advantage to do that. Whereas if there's inexpensive resources in the distribution system, you want to use those before you use those on the bulk power system. So you have to have a method of communicating those costs between the two systems and having a way to then dispatch them. And, you know, there's been work along those lines, and we could talk about that as well. So let me end, and thank you for having me, and I look forward to the Q&A session.
Henry, thank you very much. Really, really enjoyed that. Really glad you brought up the issues at the distribution system. You brought up the interaction between TSO and DSO. That was really helpful, really informative. Thanks for your views. We have a couple of folks with hands up. Rick Morose, you have your hand up. Is that?
And Joe, I'm going to have to jump too, so if I could get more to the top of the queue, and then I'll be quick, but because I'm supposed to be on another 2:30 call very briefly. But
sure, Lisa, go ahead.
So the only thing I just wanted to say is thank you. That's excellent. And I just wanted you guys to also know that at AEE, we've put together a collaboration of 22 companies, both utilities and some of the companies. We basically have Ecobee, Xcel Energy, Google, Oracle, Walmart, Exelon, Dominion, Excel, you know, a whole group of great companies, APS, trying to work on issues. So we're focusing much more on the state regulators, recognizing that sort of the successful implementation of the FERC order implementation will really require engagement of the state regulators. And so we are putting a document. We've been working over the last 3 months on sort of 4 key issues, you know, a lot of the same stuff you've already been talking about. Dual participation, interconnection aggregation is the second one. The third one is around comms control and coordination. And the fourth is investment recovery and cost causation. And we hope to have a report. I'm reviewing the draft right now, hoping to get alignment with the utilities on a few more issues and hope to release that in about 2 weeks or so. So I just wanted you guys to be aware that that's coming down the pipe. I think there's a lot of great information where we actually did gain some alignment between some of the DER providers and the utilities as well. So just a heads up that that's in the works, and it's been a lot of sweat equity. We actually leveraged some of the PJM insights and what you guys are doing, but this is gearing much more toward the state regulators.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Lisa. So we're going to continue with our speakers. So let's do that. And Henry, thank you very much. And Lisa, thanks for the comment. Really appreciate that. Our next speaker is Daniel Scripps, who is the chairman of the Michigan Public Service Commission. Daniel, it will be great to hear your views coming from a state public utility commission. Dan Scripps was appointed by Governor Gretchen Whitmer to the Michigan Public Service Commission on February 21, 2019, and was designated as a chair in July 2020. Mr. Scripps has been had an active participant in a number of state energy advisory groups, including the Upper Peninsula Energy Task Force, the Michigan Dam Safety Task Force, and the Michigan Council on Climate Solutions. He's a member of the board of directors of NARUC and serves on the Task Force on Emergency Preparedness, Recovery, and Resilience. In addition, he serves on the executive committee of the Organization of MISO States, very important, as chair of MISO's Regional Expansion Criterion Benefits Working Group, and serves on MISO's Advisory Committee, Steering Committee, and Planning Advisory Committee. It's really important to have the interconnect between the state and MISO. Mr. Scripps previously served in the Michigan House of Representatives, where he chaired the Banking and Financial Services Committee and served on committees dealing with energy, telecommunications, and environmental protection. And he also served as president of the Michigan Energy Innovation Business Council and as a vice president with Advanced Energy Economy, focusing on energy finance. And as an attorney, Mr. Scripps, Daniel, practiced law in Washington, D.C. So welcome, Daniel. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we look forward to your comments.
Thanks, Joe. It's good to be here. I appreciate the long bio as you're reading it. I got to get a shorter bio, or else I'm going to use up all 12 of my minutes. So
I didn't know how to contain it at all. It all looked really
No, I appreciate it. Thanks very much for having me. And really appreciate the comments of the first two panelists. Looking forward to the discussion. I think we can jump to the next slide. I know that all of you know where Michigan is, particularly my predecessor, Commissioner Martinez, who I know is on today, and Carrie Dugan, and a new member of the committee as well. But I wanted to highlight a couple things about Michigan's regulatory framework that I think give us a unique perspective on Order 2222 implementation. The first is that we actually straddle two RTOs, MISO and PJM. So you heard from Donnie about a lot of the work going on at PJM. But one of the things that results in is, different RTOs have different compliance approaches, different timelines. And so at PJM, you heard it's 2222 in terms of their extension. And a lot of the work is happening at the DER and inverter-based resources subcommittee. MISO gets an extra 2 months. And so their compliance is extended to April 2022. And a lot of the work, they very much use a robust stakeholder engagement process, and they have a DER task force that's working through a lot of the issues in terms of MISO's approach to Order 2222. The other piece, or a second piece of sort of our unique approach, is that we have a sort of quasi vertically integrated structure where 90% of load continues to be served by the incumbent utilities, but 10% can be served by alternative electric suppliers under retail open access or customer choice. And that has played out actually in the implementation of demand response and the FERC order, and then Order 841 and 841A on energy storage resources in some pretty unique ways. So at first, we did not allow aggregation other than through the utilities for demand response. We were given the state opt-out and exercised it. We, in 2019, though, allowed demand response aggregation within the 10% choice market, seeing these demand side resources as just another resource in the choice market, and allowed for aggregation, but haven't yet, at least, allowed for aggregation of demand response resources within the 90% of the bundled load. We have an open comment docket on that. It's something that we've looked at, but we haven't taken that additional step. And I think preserving state authority to understand what works best in the state context is an important piece. Obviously, we haven't won that either with 841 or with 2222. And so also thinking pragmatically about how to make it work is part of it. But on energy storage resources, again, where we don't have a state opt-out provision, for some of the same double counting considerations and other pieces, we have started the process of implementation by finding that a well-designed retail tariff that accounts for the full value stack of energy storage resources and is attractive to customers may be the best way to begin integrating those resources into the grid at increasing levels. In other words, we're not foreclosing, totally the possibility of a broader dual participation approach, but we think that the best way is to start with distribution utilities offering sort of pilot programs where they serve as the aggregator of these energy storage resources, see how that goes, and then incrementally consider sort of additional options. The third piece that I think makes Michigan unique is that we have largely divested the transmission assets from our Michigan utilities. So our transmission service is offered by independent transmission companies, ATC in the Upper Peninsula and ITC in the Lower Peninsula. Largely, there are two small exceptions. And then generation and distribution service is offered by the incumbent utilities, again, subject to the 10% retail open access. But I think that also, a lot of times you see coordination between distribution and transmission that often happens within the corporate structure. In Michigan, it plays out in public, for better or for worse. But it makes it interesting. And I also think, in addition to the inherent jurisdictional issues between transmission that is overseen by RTOs and regulated by FERC, and generation distribution that is overseen and regulated by state PUCs, we also then add business model issues and the tensions between transmission utilities and distribution and generation utilities. So we can go to the next slide, but I think those three pieces that are sort of wrinkles in the traditional regulatory framework give us a particularly unique insight. I won't spend a ton of time on this other than to say that we're a state that likes planning. So in 2016, our legislature authorized and required integrated resource plans for our regulated electric utilities, looking out to 15 years and in some cases beyond for both energy and capacity. The IRPs are required to include a range of factors, including equal consideration of supply side and demand side resources. I'd note, and this is towards the bottom, that our IRP also requires consideration of transmission options as the utilities develop their resource plans. And when we're evaluating these, we must find that the plan represents the most reasonable and prudent means of meeting the utilities' energy and capacity needs. That's a pretty high bar, the most reasonable and prudent. And it's not just cost, it's not reliability, it's not any one factor, but a balancing of I think, a series of 7 factors that are laid out in statute. So we have clear legislative statutory authority for our IRPs. And in 2018, we also began requiring our larger utilities to file distribution plans. These aren't specifically authorized in statute. Instead, we're tying them to the need for greater context and transparency around specific investments that ultimately are reviewed through the traditional rate case process. So these are not contested cases. We often will allow for comment, but not a contested case process. And we don't ultimately review or approve or deny these distribution plans. Instead, we evaluate specific investments again in the rate cases and then use the broader context of a 5+ year lookout from the distribution plans to better understand the reasonableness and prudence of what the utilities are proposing. We're working to integrate these resource and distribution planning processes. What was notable in the first round of resource plans was that a lot of the investments that we authorized for recovery were actually on the distribution side: energy efficiency or energy waste reduction, voltage control, demand response. And so really trying to better align distribution and resource planning. And then also trying to, and we've had some great help from the NARUC-NASIO Task Force on Comprehensive Electricity Planning in trying to bring in transmission as well. So as I mentioned, the IRP requires consideration of transmission options. RTO processes regularly require consideration of non-transmission alternatives. I'll say, and it's not a surprise to anybody here, those are both imperfect. Our regulated utilities would rather build generation or find distribution answers as opposed to going to a different company offering a transmission solution, and vice versa. Our transmission folks and the RTOs often see transmission as the right thing, and the consideration in practice of non-transmission alternatives can be limited. But at least there's a process of considering alternatives outside of that specific review process. And then we've got more work to do, both in Michigan and with our RTOs in terms of better aligning and integrating those planning processes. Next slide. So I also wanted to just briefly touch on how we're approaching DERs in Michigan. A couple of years ago, we launched the My Power Grid initiative. This is a multi-year effort to maximize the benefits of the transition to clean distributed energy resources. We talk a lot about the bus in this. We don't think we're driving the bus on this. That's happening because of technology and price declines, carbon awareness, and other things. But we also, I think, absolutely have a role in making sure that we're not run over by the bus, just to torture the analogy. And so that's really been the approach. And so we've looked at a number of issues that I think are tied ultimately to where 2222 is headed, including demand response, pilots, interconnection standards, new technology, system data access, again, that integration of the planning processes. Also, with Governor Whitmer putting on the table a goal of achieving economy-wide net zero emissions by 2050, beginning to think about how our planning processes consider those carbon reduction goals. I'm not sure that we can require them statutorily, but I do think that we should at least be aware of some of these things that are in the broader context and how we think about that in the planning process. Also working to update demand response studies, and that obviously plays into some of our demand response aggregation efforts. And then the Senate has also requested us to conduct a study to consider rate design options to account for changing customer use of the grid, particularly with DERs. And we're working in partnership with the Regulatory Assistance Project to wrap that up by the end of the month. So a lot going on in terms of how we're approaching DERs. And then finally, I think this last slide is my last one. I'm going to move forward. Are really sort of how we're thinking about some of the pain points that others have flagged in terms of 2222 implementation. So, every state looks different to some degree, but given the regulatory wrinkles that we have, how do we think about unlocking the full value stack of DERs in a way that avoids double counting? And I think this is particularly relevant given, a lot of the RTO markets aren't I think we've got mature energy markets broadly, but, in MISO, for example, it's a residual capacity market. There's limited sort of market options for ancillary services. And so really it may be at this point, and this is where we've started with energy storage resources and trying to unlock the full value stack. It may be well-crafted retail tariffs that are the best way to actually capture that, where the utility then ultimately becomes the aggregator. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure that's the only option, but it's a starting point, at least for us in Michigan. We're also trying to think, I talked a lot about our planning process. We like to plan. We're still largely vertically integrated, or at least act like that. And so how do you plan for behind the meter resources and ensure that they're adequately included in resource adequacy demonstrations? The OMS survey on distributed energy resources has been a really valuable tool. In the first couple of years, it's largely captured behind the transmission meter resources. So sometimes coal plants operated by municipal utilities. And I think increasingly as DERs grow in Michigan and across the MISO footprint, how they begin to show up in sort of material ways, and how do we get greater transparency to these resources where they're located. And then finally, if you talk to Secretary Granholm, we were fortunate to know her when she was governor of Michigan. She loves the Wayne Gretzky quote of skating not to where the puck is, but to where the puck is going. And I think as regulators, that's part of what we're trying to do with the My Power Grid initiative. But for example, to use a homegrown example, what is Ford's announcement on vehicle to home capabilities? The ability to use your electric Ford F-150 Lightning to charge your home for up to 3 days at full power, or 10 days with ration power. What does that look like when you start thinking about DERs and aggregation and participation in the RTOs? We're no longer talking about sort of, startup companies competing with utilities, but the Ford Motor Company potentially as a competitor to utilities and offering aggregation services that can do that at scale and using vehicles that it's manufactured and put on the roads. I think we're only beginning to think about this. It's one of the things that keeps me up at night, sometimes because I'm so excited and sometimes because I'm a little nervous. But we've got a lot of work to do as state regulators and in partnership, with other entities, and really appreciate forums like this for the opportunity to discuss some of these issues.
Commissioner Scripps, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I'm wondering if there are any questions out there with the EAC. And if there aren't, I might have to pose one.
My lights just went off in the room I'm using. I can only imagine it's an aggregated DR response into MISO.
So here's a question. And first of all, just an observation. It's really nice to see that you're trying to integrate your distribution system planning with your integrated resource planning. I think most of us are starting to realize that's really a necessity. And I'm guessing that you'll probably be thinking about what the horizon is for the distribution system plans. You mentioned 5, 10, 15 for the IRPs. I'm guessing you might be headed in that direction with the distribution system plans as well, but just throwing that out as a consideration. But
Sorry.
yeah, but one of the questions, I'll get to the question, which is, have distribution utilities come to you expressing a need to really build out their systems to be able to enable the participation of DERs in wholesale markets, or even in distribution level markets? Have utilities come forward and expressed a concern there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're sort of suddenly living in the future. And when you think about the electric draws of vehicle electrification, for example, and what that puts, the strain that puts on the system, setting aside sort of two-way flows, there are real challenges. We still have 4.8 kilovolt systems in large parts of Michigan, and we're seeing issues. We have legal marijuana here, and the grow operations are already stressing the grid. So when you start thinking about where that goes with vehicle electrification, and then maybe more broadly electrification plus distributed generation that maybe even is flowing back to the transmission system under 2222, the dollars are staggering. And how do you optimize that with a sort of focus on customer affordability is, the $30 billion question.
Absolutely. It might all cost more in the end, but I guess we'll have to figure that out. Thank you very much. Bob Cummings, it seems that you have your hand up.
Yeah, just a question. Really, has Michigan thought about taking an IRP to the next level, meaning looking at 8760 hours in order to understand the capacity and energy requirements? Because a battery system is not 85% capacity factor coal burner. And so you can get in trouble at 3 in the morning because you're depending on something that isn't there, or maybe.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things going on. We have resource adequacy demonstrations. They're not 8760 at this point. They're modeled around peaks, but ensuring 3-4 years out that utilities have the resources they need, including the alternative electric suppliers serving the choice load, to make sure that we have the resources that we need. And I know MISO is also working. I keep going back to MISO. It's about 90% of the Michigan market is in MISO, and about 10% the AEP, Indiana, Michigan, and PJM. But MISO is looking at its resource adequacy construct and moving towards at least a seasonal and ultimately a sort of every hour matters, to your point, approach. And I think that's exactly the right direction. I mean, the details matter, but I think that's exactly the right direction for some of this. We have some resources like the Ludington Pump Storage Plant, which has been a huge asset and probably will be used differently as the system continues to evolve. But that thought of making sure that in every hour, even when some of those resources that you think you can call upon aren't there, how do you make sure that we can weather those storms? And it's certainly front of mind.
I still remember the first time Ludington had one unit pumping and another unit generating. That just was a little bit on the crazy side.
Maybe you need that. That's great. So without any more questions for right now, thank you very much, Commissioner Scripps. Really, really appreciate your time. And we'll just move on to the next panelist. So Jeffrey Nelson, welcome. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Jeffrey Nelson is the Director of FERC Rates and Market Integration at Southern California Edison. This group focuses on FERC and California Public Utilities Commission market-related activities, including FERC transmission rate making, Cal ISO market design issues, resource adequacy, grid reliability, environmental markets, and issues impacting integration of transmission, distribution, zero carbon resources, and load participation in electricity markets. So you're very much involved with working with Cal ISO, and that's very important for this conversation. Jeffrey played a key role for Southern California Edison's engagement in the design and implementation of the current Cal ISO market, and has been an active stakeholder on issues concerning regional market expansion, including the Cal ISO energy imbalance market. Also discussions related to regional day-ahead markets, as well as various efforts related to renewable storage and distributed resource integration. There's more I could say, but with that, Jeff, again, thanks for being here, and it would be great to hear what you have to say.
Well, good afternoon. First, thank you very much for having me and giving a chance to represent SCE's perspective. The panelists ahead of me have just been wonderful. I feel like I have nothing to say because they touched on so many of the points, but I'll talk a little bit about how it actually impacts a distribution utility. Now, SCE is far more than a distribution utility. We have transmission, generation. Some of the customers we serve directly. We have a lot of direct access customers, community choice aggregation. We pretty much have everything going on in one shop. So a little microcosm of all the impacts from various dimensions. So hopefully these will provide some real world in the trench observations. Just before I go any further, is my audio okay?
Yes, absolutely, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. If you could get to the next slide, please. So just really quick on Order 222 and DOE aggregation. The ISO actually put a proposal before 222 existed out in 2016. And we worked through a whole bunch of details. We were very involved, very hands-on with the ISO to try to make this work. A few details here. One of the things we did get really concerned about in the original proposal was double payment. And the classic poster child was solar panels on roofs. In the Cal ISO, we have give or take 7,000 megawatts worth of rooftop solar within the system, and they're already well compensated for the power they produce to the grid, as well as the avoided costs they get for self-production. And the classic example is, well, we're already paying them. If they participate in your program, are you going to pay them again? And now they're getting paid twice. Where's the money coming from? So double payment was a real early issue. As I'll talk a little bit about further on, we're now getting issues of concerns about double charging with batteries participating both at the retail and the wholesale level, that the batteries might get two bills instead of just one bill. Another issue that was heavy, and it's been touched on, again, I appreciate the panelists so much, are jurisdictional issues. And I'll have a slide here that we've got a complex mix of tariffs and jurisdictions between state tariffs, state jurisdiction, federal tariffs, local utility tariffs, all interacting, trying to figure out who really has control over what under what circumstances. We wrapped that up. The ISO had their filing approved way back in 2016, but there's really not been interest in it. We worked out a lot of the details, but there's really not been interest in it. We've gotten a couple sort of inquiries, but not participation. And I'll say, because we already have robust distributed energy resource participation through other mechanisms, some of it through retail programs like NEM that are very robust participation, demand response, we already had robust ways of aggregating demand response providers and getting them into the markets. We have over 1,000 megawatts or so in our service territory alone. And as we'll talk about, we have a lot of resources that are connected to our distribution system that are directly participating. So to date, we haven't seen much interest in sort of the 2222 framework. However, I continue to believe we will. And some of the people that have touched on it, we'll get into it. There's too much out there. There's too much stuff that's controllable. Technology is increasing. The costs are coming down. I firmly believe we will. This is going to be an important part of markets going forward. Just we haven't gotten to this level of sort of lower size participation, but all the economies of scales and the technologies are going to make it possible. Could I get the next slide, please? So we were kind of patting ourselves on our backs when 2222 came out, saying, hey, been there, done that. We already got all this figured out. ISO has nothing to do. We're a couple years ahead of the curve. And ISO did a compliance filing. There are a few minor things, size requirements, a little bit of clarification on how things work, very minor things that the ISO had to do in a compliance filing, and they already filed that in July. And kind of to our surprise, they got a pretty robust deficiency letter. It was 20-some pages from the commission asking some really detailed questions that I would just say in summary, I got the impression the commission's really serious about making this work. A little bit on the troubling side, there's going to have to be a lot of discretion to the distribution utility operators we'll talk through, and I'm a little concerned that some of the questions the commission were asking or did ask are concerned about the discretion the distribution utility operators are going to need. So a little bit of a surprise personally when I saw that deficiency letter. But could we go to the next slide, please? So I touched on this. All of this conversation is happening within this overlay, and there's at least 3 major tariffs that as SCE actually talks to customers, crucially interconnects customers, crucially determines how the billing is going to work and what rates are going to apply to them. There's this interaction that really, you can't answer this question generally for any distributed resource. It's almost resource by resource specific on exactly what rules are going to apply. But we have a general retail interconnection process we call Rule 21 that's completely governed by our Public Utilities Commission, the CPUC. And something Edison's been doing for Southern California Edison for the last 20 plus years, the way our grid topology works, we have a lot of distribution that's very high level voltage, up to 115 kV. It's radial, and as a result, it's not part of our ISO. It's part of the distribution operations, but it's beefy, it's chunky, solid distribution. And as a result, for 20 years, we've been interconnecting people directly to our distribution system for wholesale market participation. And we do that through what's called a WDAT tariff. Very robust. We've got in the neighborhood of 5,000 megawatts of generation on our system, and our system peaks at, let's call it 21,000. Let's just call it that. So a real sizable chunk of generation for our footprint. So we've got a lot of rules and a lot of expertise worked out there. And then you overlay that with the Cal ISO tariff, where if they're going to touch to the ISO, all of this has to interact. So it's a complicated, not only economic, not only engineering, but I'll say legal/regulatory environment you have to navigate to make all this stuff work. If I could get the next slide, please. Now, something that has been touched on, and here I'll really put on my distribution operator hat, is the distribution operator is really the key here. They are the ones that are solely responsible for the operations, planning, expansion, interconnection, and they have to keep the distribution grid reliable. And importantly, and people have touched on this from, I believe, both the RTOs, the RTOs don't have any visibility. They can order things all they want to distributed resources, but if it's going to burn down a distribution wire or cause an overheating of equipment that damages it, the distribution operator simply cannot allow it. And it doesn't matter what the market prices are. And it doesn't matter how convenient this is. We have a safety, we have a reliability, we have grid robustness and ability to keep operating issues that only the distribution operator can see. This is just a fact of life. Now, again, I've sort of intentionally not said who the DSO is. It could be someone besides the utility operator. But right now, for Edison's case, it's not. We are the DSO, we are the operator. And this is just the case. The DSO has to have this integral, and I'll call it ultimate last word in this process, until and unless everything I've got listed there forms a different business model. So we just have to realize that, we have to recognize that. And again, it's not that you can't debate different models, but until there's a different model in place, this is the way it is, and we have to work within that system for safety's sake, if nothing else. And as I did say, that doesn't mean that we are in any way adverse to having robust participation on our distribution system. We have fully embraced it. I'm not sure if there's any utility out there that has more distributed resources than SCE does on its distribution system. I noted 5,000 megawatts of generation. You know, a good fraction, the state's got about 7,000, a good fraction of that half-ish of solar panels, proliferation of batteries. It's really coming on strong. And I'm really excited on that one because when we originally wrote our rules 20 years ago, we had really good rules for generation. We had really good rules for wholesale customers or cities that wanted to use our distribution system for wholesale access. Storage didn't exist. We didn't even contemplate storage when we wrote our rules. And we spent the last couple years trying to work out a really robust set of rules to get storage interconnected. And I'm very happy that the commission today approved a settlement that was 2 years in the making. We now officially have approved rules on how storage interconnects, how that works, what rates they are charged, the whole thing. And as part of that, I'll note we're using some new technology for communication, and we've got commitments to the storage participants as part of the settlement to update them annually on how new communication technologies and grid management systems, we call it DERMS, Distributed Energy Resource Management for our grid, progress reports on what is functionally capable on an annual basis, because this is changing at least annually, our technology and our capability to keep up with the new technology and the grid modernization. So anyways, this is a very good day for me because that was a big settlement that finally made it through. If we could go to the next slide, please. So I said, distribution, hugely important to us and getting that right, and storage has become hugely important on our grid. Here's just a couple charts, and there's some additional data. I wasn't quite sure if it was public, so for safety's sake, I kept some data out, showing how much interest we've had from storage resources in the last few years to interconnect to our grid. I got some notes here. We've had almost 6,000 megawatts worth of storage that wants to interconnect to distribution to participate in the ISO's market. These are distributed resources. And some statistics here where initially we were seeing a bunch of smaller stuff, and it's sort of morphing to larger people wanting to interconnect to our grid. And not everyone survives. It's an interconnection process. But still, we have thousands of megawatts that are still deep into the process that we plan on interconnecting. And this is part of the reason it was so important for us to have standardized rules on how we were going to treat, interconnect, bill, and establish relational legal requirements between us and storage through our tariffs. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Now, staying on storage for a second to give you a feel of why the distribution utility is so crucial to this communication as part of this. We developed a new flavor of service that we'd never had before because storage is so unique. The storage people wanted to argue, look, you don't have to do anything to your grid because we're only going to charge when prices are low, and that means your loads are low, and that means you got a lot of wire capability, so you don't have to do anything. We can just kind of use the extra stuff. And we're like, but wait a minute, that's not how we plan our grid. If new customers come on, we have to build the system up basically under a worst case scenario, make sure that we can serve our customers at any time under any conditions, absent emergencies. And then once they're connected as a customer, we have to continue to plan for the life of that project. This is a lifetime commitment we're making by interconnecting you to keep you reliable. And but storage doesn't work that way. We'll only use it when it's, you don't need it. It's open. So both sides had a lot of merit. And as part of our settlement, we actually came up with new rules, was proposed, but we really refined them to allow people to interconnect as partially a firm customer where we will plan for them for the rest of their lives, and partially an as available customer that they can only use the system when the wire has excess capability. And to do that, we have to do very unique studies up front to give them an indication of just how constrained the wires are that they're interconnecting. And that's what this chart here is, to break down by hour, by month, where the green squares are saying, you know, there's plenty of wires you can charge in these hours and these seasons. The blue squares are saying, not so sure. Our wires have a lot of competition and we can't fit you in unless we build something. And even the red squares say, you know, those wires are full. You cannot charge. So this is something that's never existed before. And what we've done is we've built systems to, in real time, communicate availabilities out to our charging customers, the as available ones. So they'll know exactly how much they can charge at any given instant based on what the system's capable of. So this is the type of things that distribution operators having to do to evolve its grid, much more dynamic studies, load flow, real-time communication with resources, to sort of, you know, the nirvana, if you will, is to have our lines almost full all the time, right? Ultimate utilization is sort of what you want from your assets. I see us moving towards that direction. Will we ever get there? No. But will we improve utilization from where we are? Absolutely. But it's going to take new technology, new communication, new coordination, new study, and that all is the purview of the distribution operator. Okay, if we go to the next slide. So back to 2222, the distribution operators had a crucial role. What's going on here? One of the things is aggregations. Even if we take customers that are already hooked up to the grid, we studied them as individuals and made certain assumptions about their participation. We did not say, well, what if 25, 30, 500 of you team up and decide to act in unison and coordinate your behavior simultaneously? We never asked that question before. We don't know what it's going to do to voltage levels. We don't know what it's going to do to stability. We don't know what it's going to do to thermal flows. So we have to have new processes to look at sort of coordinated movement once we know what these aggregations look like. We built that into the ISO's tariff. We've got ways of doing it. Another thing that we've never done based on rules, behind the meter resources that were retail interconnection have very limited ability to do injections to our grid. Now, our NEMs have some, but generally it's very limited, and the NEM interconnection basically was sizing these people that basically over a year that they wouldn't have any sort of net production. So very limited ability to do injections. But from behind the meter, but 2222 opened that door and basically says, yes, we don't care what sort of interconnection you have, wholesale or retail, you can do injections to the ISO. And this still raises a bunch of issues that just because FERC says they can, what is the role of the CPUC to allow it or disallow it? Still being worked out on how that's going to work. Another thing that we've concluded is that even if they're retail interconnection customers, if they want to use our distribution grid to get to the wholesale and they're being aggregated up, we have to have a legal agreement. We have to have rules of the road for the person that's going to be using our distribution system. That's the aggregator. And we've concluded that we already have something called a distribution service agreement that governs this, that we're going to have to be modifying that, changing that, and getting that approved by FERC. So we do have a direct point of contact, legal relationship, clearly established rules of the road for using our distribution system. That's not there yet, but that's something that's in the works. And something I did touch on, we're very concerned about people getting double paid, but more and more we're seeing the storage issue, we're concerned about them getting double billed. So there's still a real issue to work out on. Let's just use storage again. When am I pulling power off the grid for retail use of storage? And when am I pulling power off the grid for wholesale use? And there's all sorts of issues to be worked out there because the retail bills bundle much more than just the energy commodity, but they're really fully loaded with all of the infrastructure charges and amortizations, where the wholesale rates tend to be a pure power pass-through that's just the naked commodity. So people have an incentive. On the one hand, people have an incentive to sell to retail programs. On the other hand, or the other side of that coin, they have an incentive to buy from wholesale programs. So a lot of things to work out to make sure we get all that right. Then we go to the next slide. It's the last slide, and I just want to wrap up really quickly here. So something that's come up, the commissioner from Michigan mentioned the Ford F-150. That's not a hypothetical. We are getting real requests from fleets, electric vehicle fleets, that traditionally would just be retail load, but they're saying, look, we're only acting as a fleet part of the time. The rest of the time, we've got vehicles maybe on the weekends when we're not using them. They can participate in the wholesale markets. We want them interconnected and playing with the wholesale markets. And we're like, yeah, well, we want that too. We're real big on EVs. But all sorts of questions have come up with this. Like, okay, well, how do we interconnect this? Is this a retail customer or a wholesale customer? And it becomes even more nuanced because our retail programs, because we are really big on EVs, have some really favorable designs to help and to encourage charging stations being built and the charging infrastructure. So are we going to let people utilize the benefits of our retail program but not pay for it? How's that going to work? And then we talked about how are we going to build them for wires, energy, and how do we prevent these customers, if they're doing both, taking retail and wholesale service, how do we prevent them from getting billed? How do we split the bill where part of the time it's getting a bill from our ISO and part of the time it's getting a bill from the utility? Okay, so lots of fantastic issues. I've taken too much time. Thank you again. It's really exciting to be on this panel. Just great issues have been brought up. So thank you, and I'll stop there.
Jeffrey, thank you very much. That was great. And thanks for the insights into what you're looking at, because they're real issues that you're going to have to deal with. So really appreciate that. Jennifer Chen brought up a question which I'd like to pass by you, and it's an interesting question. And at first, one would say, well, it depends on what the location of these things are. But then again, the second part of it is, can we really be proactive with how we build out our system? So, Jennifer, I'm gonna pose your question and see how it goes for Jeff. So the question is this. Is it possible to have EV fast chargers hooked directly to the transmission system and enable charging at the wholesale prices? Could that bypass the TD coordination difficulties, lack of dynamic retail pricing, and worries about visibility and overloading the distribution system?
So I'd say in a word, yeah, if that's a word. People are kind of doing that on our distribution level through our wholesale distribution tariff. Like I said, some of our distribution level voltages, other people's transmission level voltages. And there's still planning that goes on there. I mean, you can't just ignore load that shows up on the transmission system. Just because it shows up on the transmission system doesn't mean it creates electrical considerations. But yeah, you would bypass the distribution issues, but you'd still have a transmission issue you'd need to consider. But yeah,
but it means that you need to have transmission capacity that reaches those specific loads, right? And you might have to build more wires, right?
Right. Well, it's a good question. It depends on how you plan for that stuff, right? If you're considering it sort of firm must-serve load, yeah, you might have to build new transmission. Going back to our batteries argument, if you're considering them more like as available, you don't have to build anything. You know, you just let the economics dictate the price. And if the congestion's really high, they'll be paying a fortune for it, but economics will ultimately ration the use of that wire. So it really depends on if you view them as firm load that absolutely must be served. Well, then you're probably going to have to expand the transmission if it creates an issue, or more discretionary load, in which case you may not have to build anything out, just let the economics ration.
Okay. So I think we should, in the interest of time, I think we should move on to our next speaker.
That's a good idea. Joe?
We lose Joe.
Must have lost Joe.
Oh, sorry, I was introducing Sal, but only to myself. I
Yeah, we didn't hear
apologize for
a thing.
that, Sal. Sal, and Sal, I'm not sure if I have your last name correctly pronounced. Is it Saleh or Salet? I'm not sure. But you can help correct it. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was speaking to myself too. I don't know if you could hear me, but last name is Salit.
Salit, thank you, Sal. Appreciate that. Thanks. So Sal is the Vice President of Distribution Operations for PPL Electric Utilities, where he's responsible for leading the planning, engineering, construction, operations, and maintenance of PPL Electric Utilities distribution grid to ensure safe, reliable service to customers along with exceptional customer experience. And Sal, I'll leave it at that. And thank you very much for being here. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for the intro. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, you can? Okay, good. I was having a hard time with WebEx. Our company doesn't like WebEx that much. We use Zoom so much, so my computer is not configured to use it. Thanks for the intro. I want to actually try not to repeat a lot of what our peers covered, but my presentation actually is going to have a flavor of really an experience or an approach for a distribution utility to implement FERC Order 2222. So I'll cover a little bit about PPL's kind of experience with our approach to DER in general and the grid, distribution grid in general, where it's going, and how that factors into or contributes to FERC Order 2222 implementation. I'll also cover the same slides that Donnie from PGM earlier covered, but I'll cover them from the distribution perspective. So that's kind of the approach or the flavor of my slides, and hopefully that would be valuable for everybody. Just high level, before I go into that, PPL is an electric utility. Only serves customers, in terms of wires only. We don't have generation in PA. We serve about 1.4 million customers, and we're part of the PPL Corporation family that's also headquartered in Allentown, Pennsylvania. So we're only wires only. We don't own generation in the state of Pennsylvania. So anyway, I'll cover this very quickly. I think this is not news to anybody. Our grid is changing. Actually, we could make the argument has already changed. My peers in other parts of the country would probably tell you that they're already seeing the grid look like the diagram on the right, which is so dynamic and two-way power flow, complex, and it's only getting more and more complex, in terms of more technologies like DERs, renewable, et cetera, all of it. I won't spend a lot of time on that. I think you're all aware of it. What's important about that slide and why I wanted to put it on is, what does that mean for us as distribution utilities or distribution operators? It really doesn't mean much in terms of what our role should be or will be. We have to maintain our role in terms of operating a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. That doesn't change. And in order to do that, I'll try to simplify this very, very quickly. We can't operate like we did in the 50s or beyond, picking up the phone, having somebody in front of a screen, looking for something on the grid and trying to react quickly by calling someone. It just won't work going forward. The only way to do that is through investing in technologies that would automate the grid. Automation is the key. You got to have the visibility for these tools. You got to have the sensors, the data flowing from the grid. And with those technologies, you got to leverage them in order for you to operate a dynamic and two-way power flow grid. Also, probably not a new concept, but that's really kind of all connects together. So what did PPL do? Is just kind of a very quick view of what PPL has done over the last 10 years, I would say. So we've invested in a DMS FISR. FISR stands for Fault Isolation, Sectionalizing, Restoration algorithm, DERMS, and now ADMS. So about 5 to 6 years ago, we deployed our DMS FISR system, about 7,000 smart grid devices, reclosers, switches, and we turned on automation on all 1,200 of our feeders. So the system actually restores customers automatically when a fault happens without any human intervention. And to date, we've been able to save about 1.2 million customer outages because of that. 2019, actually as part of a DOE grant, back then it was called the Keystone Solar Project, we actually deployed DERMS, Distributed Energy Resource Management System. That was 2019. And the idea was DERMS will be an add-on to our current DMS platform so we can make our DMS system DER aware. So we knew because we were relying so much on automation, the system needs to know everything that's going on, or the DMS system needs to know everything that's going on the grid. And if DERs are behind the meter doing their own thing, turning on and off by themselves, not really knowing how much they're generating or when they'll be on and off, that was a problem for us to automate in an automation world. So we knew we needed to make DMS DER aware. We need to bring that data from behind the meter into our DERMS or into our operation system. So we deployed DERMS, but because DERMS on its own doesn't do anything, you needed access to the data. We actually filed or submitted a filing for a state commission in the state of Pennsylvania, asking for our ability to communicate and monitor and manage DERs behind the meter. We were granted that December of 2020, and for the next 4 years, we will be pretty much connecting every single DER that is installed on our distribution grid behind the meter or in front of the meter into our DERMS, and that will be using communication devices on site that use our currently existing mesh network. So we're leveraging the current network. We don't have to invest in that network. And we'll have about 10,000 of those DERs in about 3 to 4 years connected, which is really the total of amount of DERs that get installed. Very small compared to my peers in other states, but the penetration in Pennsylvania is not as high as other states, but it's actually increasing a lot. So since then, we have about 600 of those DERs connected to DERMS. And right now, we're in the middle of deploying ADMS. So I didn't want to bore you with what PPL is doing, but I think it's important to kind of, before I get to FERC Order 2222, to highlight the need for automation and the need to use technologies like that if we're going to enable aggregation, if we're going to enable all these new things that are going to come into the future in terms of technology. All right, so that takes us to FERC Order 2222. I think this is just a high-level review of what it is. It's really trying to grant our DERs access to wholesale market. And the idea here is to leverage or maximize the value of these DERs. We're part of the PJM RTO, and in our due date, I think like others, is around February 2022 here, not 2021. But anyway, before I go to the next slide, I think I want to hold one thing, or mention one thing that a lot of my peers mentioned. The devil is in the details. There's a lot of flavors to saying that. Really what it is to implement FERC Order 2222 correctly and maximize the value of DERs and actually reach the potential or the intent behind it. You got to make sure you get the details right, and the implementation has to be very, very accurate. So that takes me into what's the best way to do that, to enable DER aggregation or manage DERs in general. And I'm going to reference actually here an EPRI paper that I thought it was published, but EPRI was, we got a draft of it maybe a month or so ago, but I just realized before this meeting that it hasn't been published, but I will be able to share it with all of you guys, the draft, and it will be published soon. EPRI and SEPA work on this together, and the idea here is just to cover, an approach to managing a distribution grid that's heavily penetrated with DERs and new technologies. What's the best approach to do that? Here's some of the snippets that we got directly from the actual white paper. It talks about visibility and control for the actual EDC or the grid operator who's operating the grid. They cannot fly blind. You need visibility to everything, real time, all the time. And I'll define real time here in seconds, not minutes, and I'll get to that in the next 2 slides because that's also important. Third-party aggregators or like aggregators or even RTOs like Donnie mentioned from PJM don't have the actual grid visibility. They only have partial visibility, if any. So they're not able to make the operational decisions that maximize benefits for the grid. So the message here, and as you read the white paper, it comes out directly from everything in that paper. In order to enable DER aggregation, in order to manage a grid that has high penetration of DERs the right way, which means maintaining reliability, safety, but also keeping costs low, because we're also obligated to keep the costs low for our customers. The only way to do that is through centralized automation technologies that have the total visibility of the grid. They're able to respond in seconds for any disturbances or dynamic changes on the grid. There's really no better way or other way to actually do it right. There's other ways to do it, but that's probably the best way to do it. So that takes me into the operation models that PJM covered. Now, we were directly involved working with PJM on creating these operations models. We fully stand behind them and support them. So I'm not going to repeat what Donnie went over, but I will tell you what these models mean for us in terms of the EDCs and how we're looking at. The first one, as Donnie mentioned before, this is really about the day ahead. That's the time where you get to use a phone and call the aggregators or market agent, PJM or utility, preparing to play or in the market, preparing to dispatch a bunch of DERs. So it makes, I think we're all looking at it the same way, you know, the PGM and the market agent together, in this case, the aggregator, could be aggregator, work together on what they want to dispatch and when. And the utilities' role in that case, or the EDC's role in that case, is to review that and make sure there's no constraints, or that the dispatch schedule doesn't conflict with any constraints. That makes a lot of sense. That's the day before or a day ahead, and I think we're all in agreement with that. Move on to the next slide. That's when it really gets complicated. This is a real time, and that's why we introduced the pink box, which the pink box for us is all about operations. And our goal here is to make sure that we're able to leverage the technologies that we use, like the DERMS, ADMS, and DMS, to enable aggregation without harming our customers. So real time, let me just make sure also everybody understands that. Real time is in seconds, not minutes, not 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, not even a minute. As we're obligated to manage, you know, to respond to grid disturbances, we can't tell people to hold off or wait until I call an aggregator or call the RTO, or we can't leave somebody out of power to do that, or leave their power quality in a bad shape, you know, the high voltage until, you know, I talk to somebody to reverse these dispatches. So our approach from the distribution utility was that we needed to be able to actually execute these dispatch orders ourselves, so we can reverse them immediately when something happens. That's PPL's perspective. I know this is a flexible model. Some EDCs and other members believe that they don't want to play that role, but I'm kind of generally giving you guys PPL's perspective, as we believe it's the best way to approach this. Operating the grid has to stay within the utilities operation tools, and in order to do that, you have to respond very quickly. And the best way to do that, tying it back to the beginning of my presentation, is to actually leverage automation. DERMS, you know, just imagine a world in the future where you have 50 different technologies all aggregated in a different way, all trying, I think my peer from Southern California, Edison, brought that up too, all trying to actually coordinate their movements in a very, very market-driven way. And we're sitting there waiting for that to happen to respond. You know, I think the key here is that you can't respond quickly, fast enough without automation, without the right technologies. And this model is flexible enough that allows utilities that are investing in these technologies to use them and leverage them for that reason, for that purpose. I think that's the last slide I have. I covered it very quick, knowing that we're over time, but I'll be open either to questions now or after the break. And I do have to apologize. I have a hard stop at like 3:45, so I'll be back after the break. But if the break's going to be 15 minutes, I may not be able to come back. I was counting on this being over by 3:30. I do apologize.
Sal, thank you very much. That was actually very insightful, and it's great to get it from your perspective. Absolutely. Lots of things have to get worked out. Let me just ask quickly if there are any questions from the audience. If there aren't, I have one that I'd like to pose. I'm not seeing any, unless I'm overlooking something.
Joe, this is Lynn. I just put a quick question in the chat to Sal, and thank you for your presentation. What data privacy practices have you put in place when you're integrating the behind the meter DER into the DERMS?
That's actually a great question. So it's about data privacy and cybersecurity. So our path to get data from behind the meter inverters has been through extensive cybersecurity testing. So there's absolutely no risk of any data. Once the data gets in our system, there's no way for the data to actually exit. You know, it's all cybersecurity standards were actually applied. Our process, our policy for sharing data is we won't share data with anybody other than the customer themselves. So part of our pilot that I mentioned, you know, with managing DERs behind the meter, it includes us communicating status updates to customers that we're managing their inverters. How often did we change settings? Why did we change settings for? And it's an annual report that we'll submit to all of our customers. And that was, you know, through the public commission agreements and all. That data will only be shared with the customer. We aren't even going to share that data with any third parties. It's going to be with the customer who owns that asset. And then the customer obviously is free to do whatever they want with it. So focus on cybersecurity. It's through a network that we use for our AMI today, which is cybersecurity, and we stepped that cybersecurity up on that point of interconnection. And also our data sharing is very, very specific to customers only through agreed methods with these customers that we won't deviate from that.
Great. Thanks, Lynn. So I'm looking at you, Chris, and you, Wanda, and I'm reading your faces and thinking you probably might want to break at this point in time. Right? Is that a thumbs up, or I'm just going to ask a rhetorical question, and I apologize. What's your approach for developing a stage strategy for deploying your visibility, communication, and control systems? Because for you to get to a real-time capability, you're going to have to understand how much DER am I going to get out there over time? What's my sequencing? What's my deployment strategy? Has that been an issue? Is that what you're working on? So,
Hey, Joe,
yeah.
let's, if we're going to do questions, why don't we let them run until like 3:45, and we might go a little
Okay,
over that, but then we'll take the break, given
great.
Sal has to leave, okay?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thank you very
Okay.
much, Wanda.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Wanda. Yep. Joe, were you asking that question to me?
Yeah, I was actually.
Yeah. So our approach to actually real-time visibility, Joe, is actually simple. Is to communicate directly with every DER that goes behind the meter. And that's what we started doing January 1st of this year, 2021. And the way to do that is we have a communication device that I think it's very familiar or very known in the industry. It's a connector collar. It's a collar that goes on the meter base that has communication that we work with the company to design it for our needs. And then that collar connects directly with the inverter. And we have very strict standards on the inverters that customers are allowed to use. IEEE 1547 2018 with communication. And then that data comes into the collar, which gets carried over the mesh network. We're not really paying anything for the network because our mesh network was built with enough bandwidth to do that. And then the device at the point of interconnection is really inexpensive. It's under, I don't know what exact numbers, but it's roughly around $700 to $800 is what we're paying per that location. So it's really the only time you're going to get real-time visibility is by real-time communication to these devices.
That's
and it's doable. We talked to 1.4 million customer meters on that network. There's no reason why we can't expand that network for even more.
Got it. And you're using your smart meters. You're leveraging your smart meters to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, got it. No, that's really helpful. Thanks. And you have enough bandwidth and latency on your mesh network to be able to do it in real time. So that's really useful. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're building an AMI network, one thing you want to look into is, do I build enough bandwidth in it for something like that? Originally, we built our AMI network for smart grid. We wanted to use that network to actually get data from our smart devices, and then it became handy to use it for DER controllers.
Okay, that's really useful, and thanks for that. That's an education for me. We can, if there are any other questions right now, Wanda and Chris, we could end now and move to have a rest period right now, and then get back.
Hey, Joe, this is Bob.
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
Just a quick, it's not so much a question as a comment. I know when Henry was talking about their system, they started talking about double counting. And he sort of inferred that double counting was mostly a financial issue. No, not really. If you are trying to sell something to the RTO, and that's already being used by the local situation, the RTO sits there and goes, I need this now, and it's not there. That's a reliability problem. So it's more than just the economic side of this. It is truly, it can be, oh, you remember a company called Enron? It's so I've got 2 cows. I'm going to sell cow futures. So just a comment.
Thanks, Bob. Are there other comments right now?
Chris, are you seeing other comments?
I am not.
All right.
EAC
And
members,
before you go,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I'd point out is what Bob has raised is appropriate because people want to provide distribution level services. And the challenge is if you're providing capacity at a particular time for the utility on a distribution level and getting compensated for that, and yet they want to bid it into wholesale markets, then that becomes that that double counting reliability related issue that you can't do both. Can't do simultaneously to the distribution system while doing it for the wholesale markets.
Got it. Henry, did you have a comment? I see your screen is on.
Well, my only comment was that I agreed with what was said here. Given the shortest of time, I just focused on the thing that I'm most familiar with. Since I'm an economist, I focus on the economics of it, but that doesn't preclude the issue of reliability. I certainly see that as an issue as well.
You don't want to have a bunch of wish-a-lots.
Okay, Wanda and Chris, how would you like to move forward?
Yeah, I think in the interest of where we are in the agenda, we will take a 10-minute break. So be back at 10 to the hour. And then we will move into, I think we'll just move into the subcommittee discussions at that point.
Okay, so we'll be done here with this panel session then.
Yeah, is there, why don't you, if there's questions that you want to pose, please fill the chat. We'll collect those and make sure that we get feedback from the panelists. I really would like to take some exchange, but I think we're out of time and we're worn out. So.
Okay. Well, panelists, thank you very much for being here, for providing us this insight and where you're at. It was really useful from our perspective. We might roll back with you. Paul Stockton is clapping, so I agree. I'm going to clap too.
Yeah, excellent conversation, excellent presentations.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Really appreciate your time and your effort. So take care, folks, and we'll get back to you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
350.
Great. 350 it is then. Thanks.
350, 350.
Yes, 350.
Okay.
I could take her for a little stroll. I would use like a little light.
Hey, Rick, we should probably talk about your reliability and resiliency stuff. Should get together to see where we go from here.
Yeah.
We haven't done too much.
Yeah, no, happy to do that. Had some additional conversations on some components with Chris, but we probably should follow up and do that. And there's a couple of action items I think we need to turn some focus to.
Yeah,
particularly with the sort of what Caesar's doing with a handful of their the portfolio that's moved over there. It's probably worth regrouping on all those issues.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because at least I'm sort of finally at this point in time got everything straightened out and trying to. My life is sort of not quite as much upheaval as it was.
Wait a minute, you work for a public utility. I mean, that's supposed to be the most
well, I did.
structured.
Not anymore.
I know. No, I know.
Then they threw a Mac at me, so it's like, it's like
the transitions are so hard.
Well, look at Bob. It doesn't look like it affected him too much, those transitions.
No, I flunked retirement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was sort of a short-lived. Let me take some vacation. Let me catch up on work at home, and then transition. And then it's like, crap! I got a Mac, got a PC, and it's like, once you figure it out, it works. But it's that transition that's a pain in the butt.
That's true. That is true. It throws you off your routine, most particularly, right?
Yeah. You have to figure out where everything is.
Yeah.
It's not. And then the worst part is because some software only runs on a PC, so you gotta run a virtual machine, and it's like they gotta figure that one out.
Yeah.
All right, as folks are funneling back in and getting set up, I really want to thank you, Joe, for putting that panel together and the presentations. Excellent information, start to finish. So thank you.
No, I'm sorry it was so lengthy and arduous in some ways, but I appreciate that. I learned a lot.
And I guess, Joe, one of the questions for you, and I mean, I did all that work with CAISO and documented a whole pile of things. I mean, on T&D coordination, T&D interface stuff. So to the extent that it's public, so if you really want it, I don't see why anybody would complain with me sharing it with you.
That would be very nice, and thanks for the offer. Appreciate that.
Tom, it's very helpful when you know where it is because there's so much there. It's like a needle in the haystack. So your willingness to guide us to the right points, greatly appreciated.
Yeah, well, I mean, you sort of saw where you should take away that, California, we've done a lot on this space, and you're sort of seeing that, people want to aggregate and they want to do these things, but then when they sort of faced with the reality of what does that mean, pretty quickly, what we found was I want some guaranteed capacity payment. So if I don't get a guaranteed capacity payment, I'm really not interested because I have to stand up. The infrastructure has to stand up to make this happen is expensive. And, and what am I going to get for it? And, if I can double count, great. And then as Jeff sort of pointed out, energy metering is so lucrative that the reality is nobody, until you eliminate the current NEM kind of construct, it becomes really difficult for folks to want to move beyond that.
All right. Well, the next thing in our agenda are the subcommittee report outs. We have them lined up with energy storage, smart grid, and then grid resiliency for the national security. So I will turn it over, I guess, is Lola or Clay? Who's going to walk us through this? Lola?
I'll walk you through it.
Okay.
Is Lola here? Okay. Can you see my screen okay?
We are starting to. There we go.
Okay, I'm going to make blinding speed because the Energy Storage Committee has gotten so much work done that Tom and the Smart Grid Committee is trying to steal energy storage as a smart grid asset. So
Absolutely.
So let's advance here. What really happened is that we kind of co-opted some early work to meet our statutory requirements. So I'll just give a very quick overview, mostly for new committee members, because we don't have a lot to share at this time. So the topics that we see that I wanted to cover is energy storage operations optimization. We've done a lot of work and had presentations on power to gas and hydrogen. And then we are at the point now where we'd like to revisit the big picture. So just kind of a roadmap of where we've been in the last year and a half. Stop it. So back in early 2021, we had several conversations in a panel on integrating energy storage into the bulk power supply, transmission side thoughts, distribution side thoughts, so forth. Then we also took a dive into power to gas and hydrogen, and especially for storage. So we had a panel in May of 2020, had a broad cohort of industry and I think department staff that shared their experiences with long-term energy storage and power to gas storage. Then in June this year, we had a panel on working together towards sustainable and resilient zero carbon emissions, especially focused around hydrogen, batteries, and natural gas. So that was after 2 or 3 previous years of looking at some more conventional storage. And we felt like with turnover in the committee and so forth, it was time to kind of back out and look at the big picture across all the storage technologies, most of which are housed in the Office of Electricity. There's a couple little pieces, hydropower, for example, in the Water Power and Technology Office over at Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. So, and our big lift was, we have a statutory requirement to develop a 5-year plan, but we worked with the staff and department so much on the energy storage grand challenge that we realized we essentially met the planning requirements and kind of co-opted that work into the 5-year plan. So that was kind of a quick path to getting that work for 2021 done, and gave us the latitude, frankly, to dive into some of these other opportunities like hydrogen. And so where we're at now is we kind of want to get back out and look at the big picture. Where are our goals with energy storage? What might it look like in 2030 and beyond? What are the current states of several various technologies? And I threw an additional one in there, just recognizing the sheer capacity of electric vehicle storage and the role that it might be able to play on grids. So that's what we anticipate. We don't have panels at this meeting, of course, but we anticipate a future panel kind of backing out and taking a look at the big picture across the different opportunities in storage and what the current state of technology is. And that's all I had.
Okay, Clay, can I, this is Joe, can I just provide a tidbit of something that we're really looking hard at that you may or may not know? We're looking at this concept of embedded network storage, a system comprised of storage units deployed across probably a transmission system, located potentially at substations at the interface between the transmission and distribution subspace, that if they had the right capacity and we could control them with respect to what the grid needed in terms of its flexibility and to manage variability, there's a whole system there that we could deploy called embedded network storage. And when you start thinking about storage in that way, it's not like a cost benefit item. It's not like an adder or like an ancillary service thing. It's an essential grid component. It becomes an essential grid component that would be priced in to the need by a transmission system or whatever to operate the system. And so it becomes more of a, like another asset, like a capacitor or whatever, just something that you need to be able to manage the system. And so we're looking at that concept right now.
And
I
Joe,
think
when
that's
you,
fantastic.
yeah, and Joe, when you think about that, the other one to think about it in the context. This is a conversation I've had with some of the national labs. Is it better to do that, or is it better to do a highly distributed deployment of storage? You know, let's say at every transformer, at every service transformer, at on every utility. And in aggregate, the number is really large, but it provides potentially, significant reliability, resiliency benefits locally. That, is that a better approach?
Yeah.
Tried to always sort of tease that out, but I never really got anybody to take that one out.
That's good, because if you can put the right amount of storage in the system and it becomes a grid asset and you can network it and control it, then it starts to unconstrain the system a little bit. And maybe you don't have to control load as much. And maybe you don't have to control and have all these, controls. You don't have to be as, you don't have to have a sophisticated set of controls because you've got enough capacity in the system. And that's obviously I'm overlooking a lot of issues there, but it's just another way to start looking at energy storage.
I'll just drop 2 sentences because we've actually put a lot of thought into this, especially we're looking at extending long submarine cables. So there's an advantage there. One, again, being a 4-pole device, they can offer some real-time maybe value in just power factor correction and support, as you're saying. But then in dark skies, there may be a way to pre-energize or even energize transmission lines. I have enough. It's kind of like striking the arc on a fluorescent bulb. Get the highway active, and then you're liberating DERs to play back and forth on it. So I think there's some real merit to taking a look at some of those opportunities.
Yeah, setting up a reference voltage for the IVRs to power.
Yeah. And Jennifer just asked a question, and the answer is how to pay for these things. They could be rate based, right? If it actually provides a capability to the system that we actually need. This all has to be looked into, obviously, but it's an interesting paradigm.
Any other questions or comments for Clay? All right. Well, as we wrap up the year, I just want to say thanks to the Storage Committee, the amount that you did for the Grand Challenge and the 5-year, and coming up with kind of these real forward-looking topics in the panels. It was very helpful this year. So thanks for all of the work and dedication. Appreciate it. All right. Well, that was quick. Let's move into Smart Grid. Tom, you can take it away.
Sure, Matt, you want to bring up the presentation? Thank you. So I'll try to keep it short and pithy and move it along as well. So for those, some of this is as much a sort of a refresh for the new committee members so that you can understand what these different committees do. There's a lot of, one of the things about the Smart Grid Committee historically, was a lot of things. Smart Grid means a lot of things to many people. It's the end all and be all and can do anything and everything. Don't know that that's what we want to do, but certainly the challenge with the Smart Grid Subcommittee is that there's significant overlap, as Clay pointed out, with storage and also the Grid Resilience and National Security Subcommittee as well. So with that, next slide, Matt. So I think, one of the things I'll sort of point out is what have we done? Where are we going? What does this sort of look like? So we'll talk about some of these past achievements. Darlene Phillips is on this call as well. We'll drag her in to speak up now and then. And so feel free, Darlene, if I miss anything, feel free to speak up. Talk about what we've done, what the future sort of holds in store, and where, and for those of you who have interest in this, I think as Chris is going to do that sort of doodle poll as to, how you want to sign up and get involved. So next slide. So Joe Palladino has been one of the lucky folks who's been sort of providing this smart grid annual assessment, sort of a laborious effort for Joe. And appreciate Joe taking that on. And, we do edit that and provide feedback to DOE on sort of where is the sort of the state of the art with regards to smart grid. If you go back in time to the ARA grants, smart grid sort of meant really, wide scale deployment of AMI systems. A lot of funding was directed there, but you're seeing sort of an evolution of what the technologies are. Lots of conversation in these couple days with regards to what are we doing, it's really all about communications, command or control, and compute capabilities to a certain degree. Sort of the digitization of the grid, leveraging technology, leveraging what our customers are doing. I mean, that was one of the big things at SDG&E when I was there. We always sort of talked about it's in response to what our customers are doing, and it's what technologies are being provided to them, and what are third-party entities providing to our customers, and how can we leverage those. Ultimately, the original goals were how can we leverage what customers are already paying for to provide a safe and reliable and resilient grid. And I think if you think of it in that context, that's really where smart grid is really driving towards. So next slide, Matt. And then we did spend a lot of time talking about big data. And, Pat talked a lot about this as well. The whole idea of artificial intelligence, machine learning. We had vendors talk about what they could do. We talked about phasor measurement units on both the transmission and the distribution system, talked about sensors, and then provided sort of a utility perspective. And so, personally, that's sort of where I have gone, and at this point in time, as I've sort of transitioned out of the sort of the actual utility T&D world to look at, how can we leverage this kind of capabilities to provide insights and actionable decisions that both utilities and other entities can leverage to make things faster, simpler, better, and how do we bring all that together? So we did create a work product providing recommendations to DOE. We still really haven't, Chris, I don't know that we've really, and Joe, I don't know that we've really sort of fully finished up on that, right? We started down a couple of, I recall we did have, Sarah Jenkins did have a single 1 hour kind of conversation that I don't know that we ever really got to the end of that. I think there needed to be more of that.
We need to follow up with you in another, we promise to do that with Sandy Jenkins, with the group.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I think that's because we got to a point, and I think we just never, and I sort of transitioned and I was busy. So, but I think, we need to sort of revisit that because I think there's a lot there. I know it's something that Pat is really interested in. And, and I think one of the challenges in this space, and we've alluded to this a little bit, is where does the for-profit companies come in, and where does DOE, hand, right? So that's one item. And lots of opportunity in this area, because I think that this is really where you're going to see a huge overlap between what the national labs can do, what for-profit companies can do, and how do we make this all work. Right. Next slide, Matt. And then, I'll let Darlene, we've talked a little bit about this today. Darlene, do you want to take this on?
Sure. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to kind of take a look at state federal coordination. And it's interesting because, even beyond some of the discussions that were ongoing with respect to FERC Order 2222, we had already come to the conclusion that we probably need to do something around DER and transmission distribution planning coordination. And so the way that we took on this effort was to really interview just some industry experts, a wide range of different types of industry experts, just to kind of get a feel of, engage their interests in such a coordination effort. We completed the draft recommendation document, incorporated some of the FERC Order 2222 information into it, as in between time FERC Order 2222 had come out. And then we completed the recommendation and sent that on to the DOE. And the recommendation really was around creating forums for greater coordination in two key areas. One was around the DER space, and then the other was around transmission and distribution coordination.
Right.
That's all I have. Not a problem.
Can I add something? Can I interject?
Sure.
I appreciated the thanks for the panel session today, but the thanks actually goes very much to Darlene. And because she actually helped really organize that session. And I just happened to be on the receiving end for most of it. So Darlene, thank you. I wanted to say that publicly. Thank you very much. It's just been great working with you. So thanks.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And Darlene, I'll have to start our bi-weekly phone calls again.
Yes.
Okay, Matt, next. Next slide, Matt. Okay. Well, so one of the things that we had spent a fair bit of time on, and talking about DER, this is, one of those things where, the idea of advanced grid, where does it go? How do we look at these kind of things? And I think that there's, from my perspective, there's a recognition of somehow this sort of does integrate into those 8008 pathway conversations, right? This is one of those areas that we really do need to look at, not necessarily in the context of the pathways conversation in of itself, but rather when we get to the model pathways, it is one of those kinds of things that we need to think about. How does DOE do this? And, and this is one of sort of the smart grid conversations with regards to advanced grid. And, it was really looking at trying to, okay, let's, how do we do all of this? How do we ensure a safe and reliable grid? What does that really look like? And so we had spent some time and effort looking at, okay, more broadly, as opposed to, lots of people think about, electricity and providing electric service to customers, but most people take for granted the fact that, okay, I plug into an electrical outlet and I get electricity, I flip a light switch and, everything turns on. But when you take a step back from that and think about the future, what does an unbundled grid look like? What services are being provided and who provides them? And how would we do that? And there's implications here for markets and lots of other things, because some of these services are provided from generation resources, some are provided from the transmission system, and some are provided from the distribution system. And so now the question becomes, how do we do that? I see, the model pathways conversation, Joe, really sort of laying out, when we get to that, does that look like? When we have this further conversation, or DOE has this further conversation, here's some information to help get people on the same page as to how we move that forward. So that's, I think, where we see the idea. So this template has been done, it's been voted out by EAC, and it'll be something that'll be ongoing, I see, with pathways. Next slide, Matt. So again, resiliency. We've spent a lot of time talking about resiliency, the NAR model. It was something that we agreed from the Smart Grid Subcommittee that we would tackle. We still have questions that we need to, what's the value proposition that we need to provide to DOE, what questions we need to do that, and also coordinating with the Grid Resiliency and National Security Subcommittee. Certainly don't want to reinvent the wheel. So for those of you that, you know, were on when I sort of talked to Rick Morose, this is sort of where we need to coordinate this. How do we make sure that we do the right things, we don't overlap that committee? I think one of the big things that, you know, that Rick's been working on is, you know, again, to a certain degree, what is the framework around resiliency? Okay, what are the kinds of questions that need to be asked and answered? How do we actually make sure that when we talk about resiliency, people sort of understand, you know, okay, what does resiliency really mean? And if we want a certain level of resiliency, what does it look like? And can we put a framework around that to say, oh, okay, you know, if we, you know, you want this, here's the kinds of things you need to do, and here's some roughly, you know, just reading Kimberly's post in the chat. Yeah, resiliency isn't free, you know, and so what would that look like? So I think that's probably it, Matt. I think that's the last slide. So open for, you know, the pathways. How do we achieve it? What does DOE need? And, you know, happy to take questions. Happy to, take a few more minutes. I know, try to cut it down, but if anybody's got questions or comments, feel free. This is now the time. Okay, well, I'm hearing none.
I'm sure you're recruiting members, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Gonna assign names and tasks and expect deliverables.
Fresh lambs for the slaughter.
I definitely think, I mean, the presentations that we've had, I want to say the past week, but actually it's only been 24 hours. The presentations that we've had in the past 24 hours have just been exceptional. And I believe that, I mean, just the type of information we've gotten from so many different perspectives, from Paul Stockton to just the other stuff that we've been talking about, it just so feeds into this topic of smart grid, because we want it to, I mean, and apparently, I mean, on the gas side, we're still trying to get smart. We're more like level C, and I'm okay with that right now because we're moving a lot slower. But I mean, that just goes to show that smart grid is also has opportunities to be more vulnerable. And I'm not even talking about cyber, I'm talking about the resilience part of it, because of what's being expected to be changed in the current energy system, the way that we know it. And so, you know, I'm not putting necessarily a plug for everyone to join Tom, although I think Tom is exceptionally cool. I just feel like I think it's underrated and misunderstood just how smart grid functions and what it really relies on in order to function properly, textbook properly.
Well, thanks for the plug, Kimberly. And I think that, you know, the challenge here is I would, to your point, when you think about resiliency and you think about electrification, you know, I give people the example of, you know, in California, you've got these PSPS events. And if you've electrified everything and you haven't managed to charge your vehicle, and that's what you've got, you know, you're not going to be evacuating if a wildfire is coming through. And so then you have to really ask yourself, overall, what's really the best strategy? Diversity of resources becomes really, really important. And, you know, and I know Clay's still probably on the call. You know, you look at what Clay's doing in Alaska, right? You know, and you see the kinds of things, well, you know, diversity of supply, diversity of resources become really, really important, because once you focus on just one resource and only one resource, you better make sure you don't lose that resource, because if you do, and I keep reminding people, you know, the Mad Max movies, right? You know, you've got all these you take a look and you see this perfectly good infrastructure, but nobody knows how to black start that generator that's sitting there that could be operational, right? And so, you know, this is all great, but if you can't figure this stuff out, you don't have the right people, you don't have the right resources, you know, people are going to be in for a world of hurt. And you know, and the more you computerize, the more you digitize, you know, and I've had this conversation with Rob too. You know, you got to make sure this damn stuff is secure, right? If you don't, you know, you're really going to be, you know, in trouble. So with that,
Tom, can I just make an observation?
Yeah,
and a comment. A couple of things. The presentations the last week, Kimberly. But quite frankly, the work that the EAC has been doing over the last year, so many of the issues are intertwined now with the evolution of the grid, call it, right? And Tom, you touched on it, that whether it was resilience or the intersection between smart grid and the storage issues and state and federal coordination and so forth. And when we did the working group on 2222, you'll recall a number of the recommendations we pointed out. We said that there would be future efforts the EAC might want to undertake, or the department might want the EAC to undertake. Here's really my point. Because of the interconnectivity of all these issues, they being intertwined, it might be worth really for EAC, sorry Wanda, leadership to do two things. One is to evaluate whether we need to parcel out the efforts somewhat differently. You've now got essentially another de facto subcommittee with 8008. I just sort of put that proposition out there to say, if there are efforts that leadership here of the committee thinks that would be better suited for the organizational structure, and secondly, for the department, if the department feels that there are specific efforts that the EAC should be focusing upon, we may need to, retool some of the subcommittee work. So just a suggestion, just something to consider. It's as much for you all leadership to consider as it is for the department to hopefully convey back to you how we best serve.
Can I make a statement? That's great. I'll tell you what I'm seeing a little bit in the department. There's not as much of appreciation as to how the electric grid, the electric delivery system needs to evolve as the machine that it is. And there's not really, I'm just saying that, and I could get in trouble for saying this, but there's not an appreciation. There's an appreciation for, we've got to create, renewable resources, and we've got to have electric vehicles, and for all those peripheral devices where we're going to get energy efficiency, right? But there's not enough of appreciation of the evolution that the grid has to undergo. And I'm just saying that, okay? And we maybe haven't done a good enough job in conveying that. Okay.
Joe, you and I talked a little bit about 8008 and some of the pathways and how different channels, different pathways would intersect and have integrated the same problem on each level of the car charging. The vehicle, whether it's going to be a fleet charging, my car charging, or what, you're going to need capacity and energy. Where is that going to come from? So, getting to those core things that you're going to have that we don't have. And we're just retiring shit like left and right. So it's you're gonna run out of the watts. We'll be sitting around in the dark going, what?
I wonder, Joe, and others. I know, often I kind of avoid the whole smart grid term, even though investments in assets on the grid are still needed. It seems to get plagued with, the ARRA days and AMI. And so I don't know, I'm just curious if you think that kind of overshadows it, just folks think, well, we spent a ton of money and we did it. And so we don't need to talk about that right now. But, and I think it's a lack of understanding, as I think Tom was saying earlier, on the systems and the interdependencies between the subsystems, how important that is as we're looking at some of the changes to meet policy goals. I don't know if you guys have a take, but I kind of feel like some of it is lack of education, but some of it is maybe we invent it. We don't talk about it in terms of smart grid. We call it something else because people seem to think of AMI and ARRA when you say smart grid.
Plus, you might offend someone that might not have a smart grid, right? We have to be.
To that point, just a comment. Our friends from EPRI, I don't think Daniel's on, or Lola, but EPRI started using the term evolving grid about 3 or 4 years ago. To that point, Sharon. So it makes there's something to it.
Before you know it, we'll be talking about radians. How many sheets are revolving this grid here? We evolving the grid. There's a lot of good that can come out of the ongoing discussions in 8008, because I think that will help us congeal the intersections and help us, to Sharon's point, to instruct the regulators and others of those interactions. Because until you start getting into some of that detail, it gets lost in it's Tom's black box. This is where the magic happens, Well, pretty much it is pretty magical, I can go over here and turn the light on in the room, but what that does to a machine sitting up in four corners is another thing. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lack of education is just staggering. I know when FERC 222 first came out, I was in a hearing, I won't say where, and there was a lot of people saying, we don't need the utility, we're just going to have all DERs and the utility can go away. And I was sitting there and I asked the question, well, how are you going to move the, power from A to B? You can run your own wires, and they're like, but I mean, it might make you chuckle, but they hadn't thought about that. And so this is the kind of stuff that we're dealing with in the regulatory arena.
I have a neighbor who burnt up a couple of air conditioner motors trying to start them on his batteries. So,
I have that discussion.
We need to
Sharon,
move on.
I was just going to say, I have that discussion almost every week. Why do we need poles and wires? We're just, every single person will just have their generation on their roof, and we don't need you anymore, or we don't need the poles and wires.
Well, and that's sort of why, if you look at that document that talks about services provided and who provides them, I mean, that's part of the challenge. You really do need to get to a point where people hopefully will appreciate that. A bundled rate design was good when there was no competition, there was no other alternatives. That was simple, that was easy. But the reality is, it's outlived its usefulness. You need to start talking about what it looks like. Here's all these services, here's all the things that need to be provided. Somebody's got to do it, however that gets done, but it needs to be done. And if you don't want to plan ahead when you put rooftop PV on your house and you separate from the grid, well, you're going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, so I think we need great points, and I think tremendous opportunity for 8008. We should get a lot of visibility through that. And, you know, it, I guess, begs the question on smart grid, you know, maybe a topic is why do we need the grid, and let that be some of the work that we need to do to help convey the complexity of the journey. But anyway, Paul, let's make sure you get some time here for your subcommittee.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
That was great discussion. We're going to be extraordinarily brief unless, Rob Lee goes on at his usual insane length. We'll try to keep it short here. I'll start with two initiatives I lead, then turn it over to Rob and Rick Morose. First of all, a Defense Critical Electric Infrastructure Initiative. The good news is there's intense industry interest in this, and we've got great recommendations. Bad news is industry input keeps coming in, but I think I've finally received the very last round of comments, so I'll get it out to the final draft version to the GRINS subcommittee members this coming week, and then Wanda will take it to the full EAC under the usual processes that we have. Then second, Black Start. We've been discussing in GRINS for some time possibility of having a Black Start initiative. Thanks to everybody for contributing to the discussion yesterday. It was terrific. I think there's a lot of work being done by PNNL, the EIS Council, and others, including EPRI, on the challenge of maintaining Black Start resilience in the face of increasing variable renewable generation. I'm going to talk with my GRINS colleagues about focusing on an additional related topic, which is cyber resilience of Black Start and next generation. The argument being our buddies in China and Russia know that Black Start is extraordinarily important to national security. They will target it accordingly. And getting ready for that threat may be a useful topic for discussion. But more to follow, and Wanda, very looking forward to your thoughts and those of our other EAC colleagues on how to divide up the work on Black Start, because there's so many important areas for analysis. With that, Rob, I'll turn it over to you, and then to Rick, please.
Awesome. Well, we are saving Rick for last because he's the intelligent one that's going to have topics to discuss. I will say that. Yeah. I will say that I am nearing completion of the mythical document I promised months ago, which is essentially the laying out a roadmap of sorts for a number of the topics that GRINS is focusing on. The EAC members, as well as the GRINS subcommittee members, have been extraordinarily generous with their time, looking at what are the things we already know about and looking at the cybersecurity considerations of them. That's one of the helpful things about GRINS in general is in many ways it's an overlay. There's a bunch of other really good efforts going on across all the other groups. And this is just the, hey, what's the cybersecurity consideration they're under? So not only do we have topics like Black Start that Paul talked about, but one of the things we're looking at is things like that digital transformation of whatever you want to call it. Is it smart grid? Is it digitization? Is it changing energy portfolios? Whatever it is, it relates to a changing complexity in the system, which some of that complexity may benefit security, some of it may not. And we just need to be able to go into an eyes wide open discussion about what that means. There's other topics in there that we may not get to immediately. Again, the whole document is really just laying out like 10 points of things, some the GRINS committee will take on, some that we're just requesting DOE, hey, you need to look at these topics. A good example being the inverter-based resources discussion. I know Tom and others have talked about this a lot. That changes complexity. What does it mean when you have more at-time power considerations? And cybersecurity doesn't necessarily change it, but the change in complexity can have a real big impact on the cybersecurity, especially when you talk about the recovery of those systems. So those are captured in there as well. And then the one that I've added in recently has just been based on our pipeline friends. Obviously, there's a lot that's been going on in the pipeline industry of late, and with acknowledging the excitement we have for our federal partners helping in the public-private partnership discussion, I will say that I think a lot of the industry has been slightly confused about some of the pipeline initiatives of what is the outcome we're driving towards versus the prescriptive nature of it. So I think there was a ton of really good lessons learned at a FERC and NERC around how to do rulemaking and how to do considerations on time and commenting period and what does that mean. And so looking at that as kind of a sub issue of, well, what are we trying to achieve when it comes to pipeline resiliency as it relates to energy generation in this country? Let's move away from, hey, what are you doing in AI? Don't care. What's the outcome we're trying to achieve? And then let's look at the right tools to be able to achieve those kind of outcomes. That's one that got added recently. Another just kind of high level topic for everybody here is if you're in the EAC, please, if you have anything that you're thinking about and you go, I think that changes the cybersecurity considerations of it, or I think that changes the resilience considerations of it, just reach out to me. If you are not in the EAC and you're online and you're interested in cybersecurity discussions as it relates to electric infrastructure and you're wanting to have an opportunity to comment, it's christopher.lawrence@hq.doe.gov. He will take care of you. For everybody else, feel free to reach out to me and we'll take a look at those. I implore you, though, for all of our wonderful members who are interested in the reliability of our electric system, please make sure the things that you bring to us have some level of evidence, because we're not an investigative subcommittee. This is a committee that has to be based off of what we actually see and can kind of put our hands on. There's been some topics, I think I even see in the chat over here, about discussions of like ransomware and pipeline security and what does the changing energy portfolio mean. Those are things we want to dive into. There's also some topics of, hey, I'm looking for rice grain chips of, hardware supply chain hack stuff. And unless you've got evidence of that, we're not able to dive into it. So focus us on where you can actually point us to look at things that are tangible. And we're super happy to look into them and make sure those recommendations get to DOE. With that, I'll turn it over to Rick to talk about the ever exciting resilience metrics.
Great, thanks, Rob. And by no means am I the smartest of this committee, and maybe just a few more experiences based on the gray hair that I have. So with the metrics and assessment tool effort that I've been undertaking, you'll recall we had a presentation on some of those emerging and assessment tools and metrics and the research efforts that are undergoing for the new members. We had a briefing at the last EAC meeting on those efforts. I've been talking with staff and some of that effort, because of the realignment of some of the portfolios, have gone over to Caesar. We will, and I will be working with staff to bring back additional updates to the committee. And that's really all I have to say. So I had the shortest report here, but I'll turn it back to Paul.
Hey, Rob, this is Bob. One thing that got mentioned yesterday was talking about cloud computing. Okay, and I've always been of the ilk that if I can't do it while disconnected from the grid at 35,000 feet, I'm not secure. And I trust my security a whole lot more than the cloud. So it's just a side topic that got brought up yesterday. I didn't see you on at the time.
Yeah, thanks.
It could have just been me.
I think I wrote some comics one time about this, but the cloud discussion is definitely interesting for sure. And so we see this. I actually think we can learn a lot from what's happening in the refining industry to some extent with this. So when you look at the refinery industry and the oil and gas community, they've probably been a much more aggressive adopter of quote unquote digital transformation than in the electric system for a lot of reasons, including regulatory reasons. But what I thought was most interesting is it was an extremely good case to leverage cloud for efficiency and financial purposes of refineries, to the point of even having fully autonomous refineries. And it wasn't the business side of the house, and it wasn't the vendors pushing back. Ultimately, it was the safety community that said, look, you can do a lot of great and wonderful things, but there's zero chance that we have a fully autonomous refinery from a safety perspective. And I think that's quite interesting as we look at the electric system, not only in safety, but in the reliability piece. I think there's, I don't know if this is where you were going, but kind of what comes to mind on it is every now and then I'll be at a conference where somebody talks about we could run the electric system in manual mode. And as much as I'm not an engineer, and so I'm not trying to cast aspersions, I will say that is absolutely crap. You're not running the electric system in manual mode like cross region. However, what I think you noted on, which is incredibly important to hone in on, it is we may need to run portions of it in a constrained manner. And what does that constrained manner look like? And if the constrained manner relies upon cloud availability, I think that's a national security risk. And so I think you raise a fantastic point, and it's absolutely something we're looking at in that kind of the digital transformation piece. I want electric utilities to be able to take advantage of the technologies available to them, many of which are actually increasing the resilience. But what is the compensating controls and what is the fallback plan when that's no longer there?
Well, the backstop of that is twofold. One of which is, as we need to start doing interconnection-wide study work, the amount of data that you're going to need to be playing with is enormous by our standards, not by Amazon standards or Google standards. But, there's going to be a great deal of pressure for people to be using web-based applications to do power flow and dynamics. That's really not a good idea. Because if you become dependent on it, it becomes a real problem. In 2003, First Energy found out that, they can't talk to the rest of the world if the distribution circuit that runs the microwave tower outside of their control center is down. They're blind.
I think that interdependency study piece is critical because that is something that's snuck up on people. And again, in our interactions during incident response cases and similar, it is very common to find that the dependencies are something that the business is just not fully accounted for, as we've seen rapid change. I still see people quoting, and I wasn't here yesterday, so if anybody did this is not like a subtweet to anybody, but I still see people talking about Colonial Pipeline and saying, see, they took down a billing server, so they had to take down the pipeline, without getting into anything sensitive. That's not true. That's not why Colonial Pipeline went down. And so without speaking directly to Colonial Pipeline, but just talking about abstract with pipeline operations, as an example, if you don't have insight into the OT environment and something happens, it is a direct safety issue to continue operations. That's a problem. But the interdependency discussion is that something that may look like a Windows billing system may also be in charge of tasking and the actual product movement, which means you are no longer able to move product through a pipeline without your quote unquote billing system. So while it looks like a financial advantageous, we're going to take down that pipeline because we can't bill for it, it's actually a fundamental control issue. And so to your point, I think that some of these things are coming up more and more. I think our electric system operators and asset owners have done an amazing job of keeping our system resilient, and they don't get damn near enough credit for it. But I also am very, very concerned about folks leaving the workforce that have a lot of ingrained knowledge about operating those systems, and that as the newer folks come in, relying heavily on automation and that complexity we've built relates to a lack of resilience when something happens. So anyways, I'm largely parroting what you just said, but I think what you're saying is an incredibly important and underexplored topic.
Paul, it sounds like you have all kinds of potential agenda items for 2022. No lack of opportunity here.
That's right.
We're going to solve everything.
Keep paying us all this cash to stay working. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for supporting all the subcommittee work. Phenomenal job. Now we're going to move into our public comments section. And Chris, go ahead. I don't know if you've had anybody that's weighed in here that wants to speak, but you're running the show.
So I only have one person that registered to give public comment, and that is Mike. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Mabi or maybe.
Waiting to hear from the.
Yep, that's Michael Maybe. Can you hear me?
Michael Maybe. Hi, Michael. Yes. Hold on 1 second. I will make sure everyone goes on mute here. Okay, Michael. Please limit your comments to 3 to 4 minutes. You've already provided me your comments, so I think you'll remain in that range. So go forth.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And first of all, I want to commend the Department of Energy for holding this meeting. And I also want to commend the members of the Electricity Advisory Committee for your service to this country. My ask of the Electricity Advisory Committee is simple. In all you do and in all your advice to the U.S. Department of Energy, the security of the electric grid must be the paramount concern. Nothing else will matter if the U.S. suffers a long-term blackout as a result of either a foreign actor, a terrorist attack, or a natural disaster. On June 6, 2021, Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm confirmed in a CNN interview that U.S. adversaries have the capability to shut down our power grid. As far back as 2001, China attempted to hack the U.S. grid in the CalISO incident, And in 2003, Congress expressed concern about China conducting coordinated cyber reconnaissance and probing U.S. electric utilities. According to U.S. Customs data, between 2006 and August of 2021, the U.S. has imported 372 large transformers from the People's Republic of China. 297 of these have the power capability of over 100,000 kVA. These imports are not limited to large transformers. According to U.S. International Trade Commission data, the U.S. has imported millions of smart meters as well as inverters for PV use from China over the past decade. Cyber is not just a software problem, it's a hardware problem. To summarize the problem, we are buying critical equipment from the People's Republic of China to install into our critical electric infrastructure that China is already hacking. In addition to the cyber threat, according to Department of Energy OE 417 data, there have been 763 physical attacks against the electric grid since 2010. If 9/11 taught us anything, it's that we are not safe from a physical attack in the United States. A coordinated physical attack against our electric grid would be much easier to pull off than hijacking 4 planes. The 9/11 Commission famously said the most important failure was one of imagination. We cannot repeat this failure of imagination with our Achilles heel, the electric grid. Imagine what a long-term blackout would do in the US. Everything we need to support our human population would stop. Food, water, fuel, communications, transportation, the medical system, just to name a few of the 16 critical infrastructures, all of which are dependent on the electric grid. Any threat to the electric grid is an existential threat to the United States. This is a true emergency. Right now, our lights are on at the discretion of our adversaries. Tomorrow, somebody may decide to turn them off. I implore the Electricity Advisory Committee to make grid security its #1 priority in all of its work and to act with a sense of urgency befitting this national security threat. The threats are here, they are real, we are out of time. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you fine people, and it's been a great conference. I've really enjoyed listening to you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the comments. You may be hearing from us after the fact, after the EAC is able to digest your written comments, which I will post online. So thank you very much for that. We have one more speaker that just asked to speak. I'm going to call on Dick Brooks. Dick, please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, Christopher. Hi, this is Dick Brooks of Reliable Energy Analytics. Thanks for the opportunity to chat with you here today. I just wanted to point out that, cybersecurity, of course, is on everyone's mind these days with all the ransomware attacks and so on and so forth. And as we know, NERC is focused with their SIP standards on the bulk power system. And so that leaves essentially a large swath of the electric grid, the smaller entities, without that level of guidance. And so I just want to make you aware that the CISA has an ICT SCRM task force with a small and medium business work group. And with the help of Rob Arnold, our co-chair, we've been able to reach out to the smaller electric and gas utilities at NRECA and APGA, and they have expressed an interest in working within CISA to assist in the development of improved cybersecurity guidelines. So I just wanted to make the group aware that there is some work underway to help those small and medium sized electric and gas entities across the electric grid and the gas pipelines and utilities. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, was there any others or?
Let me just troll the chat real quick and look here. Nope, I think that's it.
Okay. All right. Well, Michael and Dick, thank you for your comments. We've certainly heard them and we have taken note. So appreciate your perspectives here. At this point, I have a few wrap-up things to mention. Note the upcoming dates for the EAC meetings. I realize that boards and such are looking at the calendar for next year, so make sure you earmark these so you don't end up with conflict. Our next one will be March 9th and 10th. We have full intent to have face-to-face meetings, so we are making sure we have the facility there in Arlington organized and registered so that we can meet there, and look forward to seeing everybody in person, certainly. I appreciate all of the comments and the content today and through the year, all that you've done to serve, and certainly welcome the new members. There is one thing that I have to say before we wrap up, and that is I am going to miss Chris. You might have seen his email, but he's in the process of transitioning to a bigger and better job. And that's pretty much to do, a similar kind of thing with the Office of the Secretary, to be the designated federal officer with the Secretary of Energy's advisory board. So we've certainly appreciated all you've done, Chris, and we will wish you the best. We also look forward to, working with Matt as the administrator, and then Daniel Gray, ICF, kind of pinch hitting if he needs additional support. We know that you won't be very far away, so if there's questions or whatever, I'm sure you'll be not further than a text. But thanks for the good job that you've done and all the support that you've provided us. So we wish you well.
Wanda.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, and rather than kind of taking a longer period of time, I just the content was so rich here with so many things. We kind of got to wrap our heads around it, and I'll work with the leadership team to figure out how this informs our agenda going forward. But we have a lot of possibilities. Obviously, 8008 has a lot of attention on it. It's a highly visible piece of work that we need to make sure and put appropriate level of effort to, and I'm sure we will, but many other topics that we can pursue. And I certainly welcome all of the vast different backgrounds, perspectives, and levels of expertise, because, it's really our collective minds, knowledge that, rounds it out and makes, super advice for the Department of Energy and actually for the benefit of the country. So thanks for all you do to serve. Are there any other questions or comments before we wrap it up? Chris says that all presentations will be made public and posted to the EAC website. They'll do that as soon as they can, but you can expect them in the next few days.
Hey, Wanda, this is Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the new members, an outstanding collection and comments, very diverse, very learned, and very welcome. So I just wanted to welcome the new members and hope that they join our subcommittees as you suggest. Thank you.
Yeah, good point, Mike. I agree wholeheartedly, and a doodle poll will be going out to solicit their interests, so you can be expecting that soon.
Wanda, it's Kimberly. I just want to say thank you. You are exceptional. You're very accommodating and you're very patient, and you keep us moving forward. So thank you very much for your leadership. Not that you're going anywhere.
Yeah, it's great.
Hear, hear.
Can I just add, when we're going out for the, people to join the committees, it would be good to just have an indication if the committees could be much more technology focused and, getting focused on that versus policy and regulatory issues. I mean, I know we got a bit of an overview of the topics they're covering, but, I think I know for me personally, my value add is probably more on the policy regulatory side versus, the details about technology and integration of some of the technology that's out there. So if there's any way to kind of highlight the level of focus of what it might be, that would be helpful. Just gonna put that out there.
Yeah, Lisa. So I can tell you, like, from the subcommittee perspective, the subcommittees are more bucketed into topic area.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
So less so what you would see in each of the subcommittees is a crosscut of issues that you'll face. So like underneath the storage subcommittee, for example, there may be instances in which they are tackling a policy driven recommendation rather than a technology driven recommendation. So it all depends on exactly what the subtopic is for that particular subcommittee. So it's more of a topical focus. You know, every single committee usually hits on some sort of policy aspect with its recommendations. There's usually some sort of policy portion of a set of recommendations. I'm thinking about some of the advanced storage recommendations that we put out, or even the 5-year energy storage plan. There were policy recommendations, and there's some economics and some dealing with technology specifically. So you'll have a cross cut.
Okay, that's great to know. And thank you. This was an excellent few days. I really appreciate it. I'm just sort of getting used to how you guys operate, but now after 2 days of this, I kind of get the flow, which is great. It's a really exciting group of people, and the topics are really very relevant. So thank you.
Thanks,
Glad
Lisa.
to have you. All right, Chris, do you have anything?
I just want to say that, as Wanda said, thank you very much for those kind words, by the way, Wanda. I am taking a temporary detail to the Office of the Secretary to work on the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board. Shameless plug, their first meeting is next week on the 28th at 1 p.m. It is a public meeting. And they will be also talking about the Earth shots there. So if you are interested in hearing that, you can come over and listen to them. But I just want to say it has absolutely been a pleasure working with every single one of you. New members, I promise I didn't just bring you on and then completely dip out. Like I will be hanging around. But I will say this, Matt Aronoff, in the very short time he's been with it, well, comparatively in the department for 2 years, he has been an excellent deputy. He's quick. He's a quick learner. He hopefully, you know, you're going to be in great hands with him and with Daniel as well. So I know it's going to be a smooth transition. So thank you, everyone. And we will be in touch, and we will post everything to the website. We'll get the recordings up on the website as quickly as we can. There's usually a little processing lag. Other than that, be safe. Dinner's at Pizzamini restaurant afterward. That's an inside joke. You guys will get that one. It's the pain of Mike Hyde's existence. Anyway, that's it.
All right. Thanks
good.
again, all. Take care.
Take care.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Happy trails to